Well, good morning, everybody. Indeed, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world watching the pictures via Telemundi Media. Welcome to the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero here in sunny and warm Valencia in Spain for the inaugural running of the X30 Winter Cup run by RGMMC. It's a one-off winner-takes-all event, and this is the official international X30 seasonal kickoff ahead of the 2017 X30 Euro Series, which will see the X30 Warriors travel from here, the Winter Cup, to the main championship, beginning in March in Genk in Belgium, and then travelling to Salbris in France, Wackersdorf in Germany, and Castelletto in Italy. But that is coming up in the next few months. Today, we have Heats Day at the Lucas Guerrero circuit, this 1,428 metre track. 12 heats in total, 3 for each driver, and we have an excellent international entry, a total of 65 drivers across the Mini X30, Junior X30 and Senior X30 classes, and they represent a total of 13 different countries. And after the 2016 Euro Series, the first ever toe in the water exercise, 2-round championship that saw a total of 57 drivers enter, already with 65 here this weekend. You can see the growth that we are expecting in 2017, and for the main championship there are already more than 100 drivers entered. Now we have approximately 16 minutes to go. You can see the clock there on the main start line saying 10:04 local time. At 10:20 we will see the start of the first of 12 heat races for the Mini X30s, the first time ever that the Mini X30 class has been represented here in the Euro Series, and of course this the first ever X30 Winter Cup. So where are we? Well, we are at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, a circuit that was built in the early part of 2014, and we are just outside the town of Chiva, which is in the province of Valencia. We're 30 kilometers there or thereabouts from the Valencian town centre, the port city on the east coast of Spain. For those of you that are into motorsport in general, we're about 15 kilometers from the Ricardo Tormo circuit, the Valencian racetrack that hosts touring cars, MotoGP events, and things like that. We're about an hour and a half from the sunny beaches of Benidorm to the south of the circuit, and if we go to the west, travel about 4 hours, we end up in Madrid. And if we drive north 4 hours or so up the coast, we get to Barcelona. And this circuit, now in its 5th year of hosting events, it's the road to the circuit is lined with orange groves, and those eagle-eyed viewers amongst you may have seen little bits of smoke billowing out of the back of the circuit. Well, unfortunately, the orange season has not gone very well, and as you drive on the twisting country roads to the circuit, you can see many oranges on the ground, and 1 or 2 disgruntled orange grove owners and farmers are burning the rotten product. So the Valencian oranges, which are known throughout the world for their quality, they're still there, but there's maybe not be as many as in years gone past, as the weather this winter has not been kind to the farmers, but the weather today is absolutely spectacular, as it was yesterday for timed qualifying. We're watching the Mini X30 drivers getting themselves ready in the service park, and the cart you're looking at now, number 921, that is the pole sitter Sergio Ruiz, who set the fastest time in qualifying yesterday. But just to give you a better picture before we get into the drivers themselves, that this circuit, for those of you that have been here for other events, as you drive to the circuit, you'll notice along the motorway, along the way to the circuit, you've got the dried up old riverbed of the River Turia, which flooded the city of Valencia back in 1957 and was rerouted around the city to avoid any further catastrophic floods. And that river goes straight into the city centre of Valencia and now forms part of Valencia's unique parkland and the City of Arts and Sciences, which is one of the main tourist attractions of Valencia. That I know some people that have been to this circuit have gone and taken in the arts and cultures of the City of Arts and Sciences, which of course is set in the old riverbed. There's a pretty interesting nightclub there as well, but that's another story. The story this weekend is who will come away as the first ever X30 Winter Cup champion. Now, for those of you who are watching, you don't need reminding that to get to the pictures, you go to www.telemundi.com. If you want to tweet and tell us where you're watching this event from, who you're supporting, just tweet at RGMMC, and we will try to let the drivers know, because this commentary is going out to the paddock as well as the live feed. And already, I think our first driver that we need to tell that they're being watched from afar is last year's X30 Senior Championship runner-up, Brett Ward, and Brett Ward's Nan Maureen, back in Hayes in the UK, is watching keenly. And I know that Brett's dad, Keith, Big Keith, will be here tomorrow watching Brett along. And Brett was bemoaning the fact yesterday that the grand old age of 19, he now feels he's one of the oldest drivers here in the paddock. But with age comes experience, and that is what Brett is going to be using. So 65 drivers from 13 nations, the youngest of them in that shot there, 9 years old. The oldest, well, a welcome return to full-time karting for Dutchman Joey van Splunteren at the grand old age of 25. How old does that make me feel? So, my name's Henry Baudet, and I will be guiding you through the on-track action over the next 2 days. Our pit reporter, Jenny Wade, will be getting as many interviews as she can with the drivers as they come off the circuit and before they go on the circuit. So the drivers here know that this is an international event. People from all over the world are watching, and they will be having microphones thrust upon them left, right, and centre. So, picture there of the paddock. Now, my commentary position is the second story, that glass-lined building next to the restaurant, which has got the black line around it. In that second story with the glass frontage, you'll find the commentary box and also the timekeeping building, and of course the timing partners here at RGMMC and Valencia, Apex Timing, continuing to push ahead with innovative ways to allow fans to watch the timing screens. And the live timing screens will be available again via Telemundi and RGMMC. So what about the circuit? Well, the circuit, it's a very technical layout. Over 1,400 meters long, 13 distinctive numbered corners, 6 right-handers, 5 left-handers, then you've got turn 3, which is a left-right flick, and then the final corner, the turn 13 chicane, a right, left, and then a right on to the start-finish straight. So the drivers have got a lot of technical work to do. Now, the Mini X30 class we see there, only 6 drivers. However, this will be the first time that the Mini X30s have appeared on one of these events. 3 Spanish drivers, 2 drivers from Norway and 1 Swede. And the 3 Spaniards, Sergio Ruiz in cart number 921, Maximus Meyer in cart number 919, and Miron Pingasov in cart 923. They annexed the top 3 positions on the grid for today's races. Now, each driver will compete in 3 heat races today. The mini X30s and the junior X30s, their races will be 7 laps long. The seniors, 10 laps. And at the end of the day, well, the juniors and mini drivers, they will know their grid positions for tomorrow's pre-finals. We have 42 seniors here, only 28 automatic transfer spots into the pre-final and grand final. Everybody else who doesn't score enough points in today's heat races from positions 29 back to 42 will go through to tomorrow morning's last chance race, the second chance heat race. That will make up the 34 drivers that make the final. Now, we can see the technical team here at Valencia just taking their time to go through the final measurements on all the carts to make sure that everyone is in line with the technical rules and regulations. And now the Mini X30 drivers head out onto the dummy grid area. We'll take you through who we're going to be watching, because these events aren't just about carts going around, they're about the personalities, the people behind the scenes, and the drivers in the seats as well. So on pole position, in that number 921 cart, which we've seen will be coming through our shot very shortly, it's the Alonso cart, the FA Racing machine of 10-year-old Sergio Ruiz. That's Sergio from La Amelia del Valles in Spain, a keen karate exponent when he's not driving his kart. He'll be starting on pole position. The driver alongside him, there he is, number 919, Maximus Meyer. Maximus Meyer from Alicante, born in the UK, but now residing on the south coast of Spain. He's 11 years old. So in the mini class, the youngest driver is 9 and the oldest 11. So all these are primary school students, and you can just see the very familiar green and white Tony Kart liveried graphics kit of Maximus Meyer with the kind of a helmet design that pays homage to Lewis Hamilton by the looks of it, but with his own distinctive twist on it. And Maximus qualified second. He was actually the pole man for much of yesterday's qualifying session, but Ruiz eventually snatched it away with a 1 minute 4.479. Meyer, a 1 minute 4.587, so just 1/10 of a second separating the top two. Now, the driver that will be starting third, you can see him there just with his mechanic kneeling down next to the cart, giving him the final few words of advice. That is Miron Pingasov, the AC Motorsport driver from Barcelona, 10 years old, on another of the Alonso karts. And Pingasov, he was just 2/10 of a second off Ruiz's pole time. And this race, because of the relatively few number of drivers, it's going to be a bit like a cadet race where the slipstream will be absolutely key, because although there's a very technical circuit, there are 2 long straights, long fast areas where the slipstream and the draft will be absolutely crucial, and the drivers will be just trying to hang on to the front runners and let the leaders tow them around. Let the leaders do the hard work, and you just slot in behind and stay in the draft, because if you get knocked out of the draft, if you find yourself with no one to pull you along, you can lose half a second quite easily in a lap. And see there the grid official, he will have the timing boards to let them know that we have 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes. So we've done the top 3. Fourth on the grid will be Sweden's Kasper Jansson in cart number 922. And then the 2 Norwegian drivers On the third and final row, starting fifth, will be Sondre Norheim in cart number 916. Sondre, the youngest driver here, just 9 years old, from Haugesund in Norway. He's a double Norwegian cadet champion or micro champion. And rounding out the field will be driver number 918, Felix Heiberg. And Felix, 11-year-old from Aurskog in Norway, on another of the Alonso carts. And I'm just looking down there. Well, I can see 5 drivers, and maybe one didn't quite make it out this morning. We'll soon see as we head out onto the first of 2 rolling laps. So if you're watching kart racing for the first time, the drivers will head out from the dummy grid area. They will then go down the pit lane onto the circuit, and they will do 2 rolling laps. So 2 rolling laps in formation. When they come out onto the start-finish straight, you will see on the TV screens 2 very distinct white tram lines. The drivers have to stay in those tram lines. On the lighting starting gantry, which you can see there, you can see the red lights and the yellow lights flashing. On the other side of that, obviously, that the drivers can see, the lights will go from red to green. When the lights go green, then they can break formation as they cross the line. There are penalties, of course, for breaking formation early and moving out of those tram lines. And there are also penalties for contact driving, and the new system that came in to karting worldwide pretty much in 2016, the drop-down nose cones. So the nose cones of the kart, they have a clip on them that if a driver uses the rear bumper of the kart in front as a brake, which is against the rules, the nose cones will drop down. And when they come into Parc Fermé, and you can see the gentleman at the left of your screen there, the lead technical advisor, Paul Klassen, he and his team that make sure that everything runs according to the rule book. When they come in, if your nose cone has dropped down, a penalty awaits. And it is not the kind of penalty that you can discuss, really. It's a kind of penalty that you say, yes, sir, sorry, sir, 3 bags full, sir, I won't do it again, sir. And that is the way it is. And it has, have to say that for those of you that aren't up to speed with karting, it has improved the standard of racing very, very much in the short time that it has been in use. And so the green flag waves, and onto the circuit underneath the commentary box come the drivers, and indeed all 6 karts I can see are there, although Sergio Ruiz at the back of the field. Now, was that because he was a little bit late leaving the service area? In karting, there are certain rules about you have to be off the service area onto the grid in a specific time. So we'll follow the drivers around on their first of their rolling laps to describe the way around this circuit. Well, there is the driver that was fastest in qualifying yesterday, number 921, Sergio Ruiz, and again past the smoke at the back, which is possibly a disgruntled Spanish farmer burning his rotten oranges, which are no good to sell due to the poor weather that has been here over the winter. Certainly not poor weather today. Now the drivers are heading down the long back straight now, and even these Mini X30 drivers doing over 50 miles an hour. They go through turn 12 here, that right-hander, very fast. This is the turn 13 chicane, and drivers will then need to get a good run out onto the start-finish straight, which, as you can see, is not quite straight. There's a long, lazy right curve, and what we'll see now is the drivers beginning to slow down into grid formation, and that will tell us whether Ruiz, you can see the number 921 kart just easing his way past Miron Pingasov and Kasper Janssen there to take up his place at the front of the grid. And so Ruiz and Maximus Meyer in kart number 919, they will guide the field in their 3 rows of 2. Pingasov in kart 923, that red and white AC Motorsport machine, and then the 922 kart of Sweden's Kasper Janssen on the Falcon chassis. They're going down the infield straight now towards turn number 9, a very sharp left-hander that almost doubles back on itself. And under race conditions, from about here, as they clip the apex for turn 10, they're hard on the power all the way out of turn 10 through the second sector onto the back straight. Now you'll hear me talking about sector times as the races progress. Well, this circuit is split into 3 timing sectors, and a purple sector is a best sector of the entire race. A green sector is that driver's personal best, and a yellow sector is you need to buck up your ideas. So into the chicane, and in a few short moments, the 2017 X30 Winter Cup is underway. Ruiz from pole leads them into turn number 1. That long right-hander, a good start from the inside of row 2 from Miron Pingasov. He slots into second place with Maximus Meyer slipping back to the end already. Pingasov dives to the inside as they go through the turn 3 cutback, and Ruiz has lost a bit of momentum there, and he's lost second place as well, and that's Kasper Jansson, the Swedish driver in kart 922, slotting into P2. So the 2 front row drivers currently running 3rd and 4th, and it's Pingasov leading from Jansson, then Meyer in 3rd, the poleman Ruiz down to 4th, and the 2 Norwegian drivers, Heiberg and Norheim, following on behind as they go through turn number 9 now. And this is where Jansson and Meyer need to get in and tuck themselves right behind the rear bumper of our race leader Miron Pingasov as they come onto this very long back straight. You'll see the drivers following in the wheel tracks because the slipstream effect in these karts, even though they're mini X30 karts, is impressive. As a change for second place, Meyer dives through at turn 13. The back of the pack, I think that's Felix Heiberg slipping away just a little bit. 2 seconds back already as Ruiz relieves Kasper Jansson of 3rd place. And we've got a Spanish 1, 2, 3. So the 3 Spaniards in the field now occupying the top 3 places. And there goes Meyer into the lead as they go around turns 4 and 5. Now hard on the brakes for turn number 6. You can see just jinking the steering wheel ever so slightly to make sure that he clips that apex. And now Pingasov and Ruiz will draw up, and you can see them getting so close to each other, inches apart. Ruiz dives to the inside, going into turn number 9 to take second place. Leaves the door open, though. Pingasov fights straight back. But, of course, he's then on the outside for the run through turn number 10. And this isn't helping them because the more they battle, the further away that Maximus Meyer gets. And look at that. Up the inside goes Sergio Ruiz with help from Pingasov. And you can see there, for those of you watching karting for the first time, Pingasov literally had his nose virtually sellotaped to the rear bumper of that car. Oh, and side-to-side, wheel-to-wheel contact there as Pingasov grabs the lead going into turn number 1. This is lap 3 out of 7. Meyer in 3rd, Jansson there in 4th, and I think that's Sonde Norheim in 5th position. So the top 5 drivers still pretty much nose to tail. Felix Heiberg slipping away a little bit from this lead group, but it is number 923 Pingasov leading Ruiz, and then it is Maximus Meyer as they head towards turn number 9 on lap number 3. Kasper Jansson in that white and red and black kart in 4th place. He's just trying to hang on. As you can see, Meyer now gets to the inside through turn number 10. So Ruiz is shuffled wide, and now he'll tuck back in and just watch Meyer push the race leader along. 8 wheels working in unison, faster than 4 wheels working on their own. Through turn 12, into turn 13 now. Has Meyer got the run onto the start-finish straight? Will he jink out to the inside? There's room there if he wants it. He makes the move. Now, can he get the kart slowed down in the apex and not run wide and allow Pingasov to clip back underneath him through turn number 2? The answer is no. Hard on the brakes. Through turn 3. They flick left, then right. Now into the very technical turn 4 and 5. You've got to keep a tight line through here. And then the left-hander at turn number 6. And now bring the speed up. Jansson there in 4th place, tailing the 3 Spaniards. This is helping Jansson, the fact that they're all swapping positions. So Jansson, who in qualifying was nearly half a second slower than the 3 Spanish drivers, in race trim, when they're tripping over each other and battling, he's just able to keep with them. But for the first time on lap number 4, we can see a little bit of a breakaway at the front as Meyer gets 3-4 kart lengths clear. But in the slipstream, just look how close Pingasov and Ruiz gets. Ruiz to the inside, makes the move. Just clips the middle curb there in that apex. That spoils his momentum. And instantly, Pingasov fights back, and Pingasov now being helped by Janssen as they go through turn number 1. So one tiny little mistake there from Sergio Ruiz there, clipping one curve, ruined his momentum, and it cost him 2 places. And now Pingasov moves into P2. Mayer checks over his shoulder. You'll start to see the drivers signaling to each other a little bit. They'll be just saying, come on, push, work with me, or no, don't overtake me now. It's incredible to think that these 9 and 10-year-olds can communicate with their rivals while they're racing wheel to wheel at speeds of well over 50 miles an hour. Now into turn number 9 we go. Mayer 3 kart lengths in front of Pingasov, who runs wide. Now Janssen, that's when slipstreaming can go a little bit wrong. So Janssen trying to work with Pingasov, and Pingasov overruns the braking area. Janssen through into P2. Pingasov down to P4. Now, Pingasov and Ruiz will have to work together. So, the blue, yellow and red Alonso kart of Sergio Ruiz, the pole man, he has got Miron Pingasov right behind him. No, he's got Miron Pingasov right in front of him, because Pingasov makes the move into the final chicane as we start lap number 5 of 7. So can these two drivers, the 9.23 and the 9.21, Pingasov and Ruiz, can they work together to close what is about a 5-6 kart length gap to the 2 leaders? Maximus Mayer has been out front now for several laps. Kasper Janssen in kart number 922, the 11-year-old from Uppsala in Sweden. He is giving chase. Now, has Janssen got the pace in that kart to catch the leader? Look at these two in 3rd, 4th place working together. Now, Ruiz, he will not try and pass Pingasov. He will try and push him along, and I mean quite literally, push him along as they come on to the back straight. Watch. Ruiz will tuck his head down. He'll try and just work with Pingasov. See, he doesn't move out the slipstream to make the move. He knows that they have to work together. He knows that time is running out. He'll be hoping that Janssen, now who has caught the leader, starts the battle. Mayer has to defend as we start lap number 6 out of 7. Mayer defends the inside line. So Janssen has the advantage of the fact that he knows that Mayer is thinking about what is going on behind him. There's the check over the shoulder from the race leader, Max Mayer. And you can see the 2 drivers behind, Pingasov and Ruiz. That gap, it was 0.4 of a second. It's now about 0.2, and only about 3-4 kart lengths separate the top 2. Once again, Mayer defends into turn number 9. Janssen tries to go around the outside. Watch Janssen now try to cut back underneath the race leader as they come out of turn number 10. But Mayer holds the inside line, and this is continuing to help Pingasov and Ruiz. There they go. Now Ruiz makes his move. Ruiz knows he's caught the 2 leaders again. He looks to the inside of Pingasov, but can't make it stick. Into the final corner. Checkered flag awaits. Mayer holds on. Pingasov, I think that was, grabbing 2nd place. And Ruiz side by side with Janssen for 3rd. The checkered flag has waved, and it's Maximus Mayer, the first driver to win a race here at the X30 Winter Cup in Valencia. Maximus Mayer, 11-year-old from Alicante, won the 2016 Cadet Winter Cup here at Valencia, and he goes down as the first driver to win a Mini X30 race in an RGMMC event. And there's the result. So 0.3 of a second separated Mayer and Pingasov, who grabbed P2 right at the end. Kasper Janssen fends off the pole sitter Sergio Ruiz by just 0.6 of a second, with Sondre Norheim, the youngest driver in the field, in 5th, and Felix Heiberg finishing in 6th position. And Felix, so he's 24 seconds down. For Felix, this event now is a case of let's just pick up our pace. Let's just improve our laps. Into the service area come the Mini X30 drivers at the end of the first race. It wasn't a bad opener. Very exciting. And I think we will see more of that from the Mini X30 drivers as the day progresses. So congratulations to Max Mayer. Now what the drivers do now, again, I know that many of you are familiar to karting, but for those of you that aren't, they will come off the circuit, they will go into the scrutineering bay. The team of scrutineers here will then ask the mechanics to look at certain parts of the cart. They'll take measurements. They'll all be weighed to make sure that nobody is underweight. They'll have their nose cones checked to make sure that nobody has had a nose cone dropped. And once the scrutineers are happy that the carts are legal, they will head back to their driver tents, their awnings, to debrief and see what they can do to improve for the next race. And so as we look at the circuit, race number 2 on the program will be the first of the Junior X30 heats, and 17 drivers getting set to take to the track. They represent 8 different countries. Spain is the most well-presented country, obviously being the local circuit for some of these drivers. You have 8 Spanish drivers, 3 drivers from the UK, 1 driver from Peru, 1 driver from the Netherlands, 1 driver from France, 1 driver from Denmark, 1 driver from Sweden, and 1 driver from Poland. And we will take you through a list of the runners and riders very shortly. And some of the drivers in the senior class, well, British driver Kyle Connolly, who's watching his M Sport teammates from the UK, Oliver Clark and Jack Johns. He's wishing them good luck. And we'll see Oliver and Jack in the senior races very shortly. But for the time being, let's focus on the first of the junior heats. It's set to start at 10:40 local time, so in approximately 6 minutes, which will give us plenty of time to run through the qualifying results from yesterday. So, the driver that will be starting from pole position, driving the number 23 kart for the Teo Martin Junior team, will be Ruben Moya Lopez. And Ruben finished 7th in the 2016 X30 Euro Series. He's the highest placed returning driver in 2017. Several of the drivers who finished in front of him in the 2016 championship have moved up to seniors. But Ruben, starting as he means to go on the number 23 Alonso kart for the Teo Martin team. And it's a Spanish 1, 2, 3, 4 in X30 junior qualifying, because starting alongside Ruben Moya Lopez will be Isidro Callejas for the Uno Matricula team, and Isidro in kart number 32. The 12-year-old from Cordoba is a keen football player outside of his karting career. He will share the front row with Ruben Moya. On row number 2, we have the number 18 kart of Mari Boya and the number 20 kart of Victor Pardo. Then we get down to row number 3, the first of the non-Spaniards. Well, it's Glasgow's Angus Moolsdale for the Fusion Motorsport team in kart number 28.
Wow, what a
And
race,
we're going to hand over to Jen Wade, I think, very shortly. Jen has got a rather happy-looking Maximus Mayer there.
Okay, Maximus Mayer, what a great race. Maybe you can tell us just a little bit about it.
It was a bit hard at the start, but at the end we managed to fight a little bit, defend, and just get the win.
You're looking forward to the racing today and you're confident of a win?
Yeah,
And what about for tomorrow if it rains? It's okay?
it's okay. I like the rain.
That's nice, because I think we're going to have some rain tomorrow, so we'll be looking forward to it. Great race. Anyone you'd like to thank today for all the work?
To my mom, my dad, Marlon, Miguel.
Perfect. We'll let you go. Great race.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jenny, and anyone who was in any doubt that Maximus Mayer was born in the UK has had that doubt taken away. Perfect English from young Maximus, but shh, don't tell anyone. It never rains in Spain, but we are forecast for a little bit of precipitation tomorrow, potentially, but we'll not let that cloud things today, because clouds are one thing that we have absolutely none of here at Valencia as we get set for race number 2. Well, we went through the top 5 on the grid, the 4 Spaniards, Moya, Callejas, Boya and Pardo. Then it's Scotland's Angus Moolsdale, who competed in the second round of the 2016 championship, came 6th at Zuera in the final round of the 2016 X30 Euro Series. But behind Moolsdale will be Hugo Belda, another Spaniard, so 5 Spaniards in the top 6. There is Isidro Callejas in the very smart Uno Matricula K-Team kart. And Isidro is just composing himself. It's very interesting. Some drivers like to have their mechanics just sat literally on the side pod of the kart right until the engines are fired. Others prefer, even at this young age, because the drivers in this class, 12, 13, 14 years old, the majority of them, some of them prefer to be left completely alone with their own thoughts. Now, on the 4th row of the grid, behind Hugo Belda, we'll find the number 25 at Dan Holland Racing kart of Alex Walker. Then the first of the Frenchmen, Enzo Juli, in the number 19 kart. Alexander Bardas from Poland, although I think he now resides in Italy. He starts 9th. Then the only Peruvian driver here in the number 8 kart, it is Mateus Zagazeta. And then the rest of the field from Spain, Ayrton Fontecha, Josh Rattican in his first race out of cadets will start 12th. Then Dutchman Delano van der Hoff and another Frenchman Axel Noss. Rasmus Janssen from Sweden, Francisco Moreno Garcia from Spain and Daniel Traeger from Denmark round out the starting grid. And we've got national champions here from Peru, from the Netherlands, from Spain, from France, from Denmark. We've got several national champions. Quite a few of these drivers competing in their first ever international race, though. So this is a perfect opportunity, this event, to allow drivers to make that step up. It's a one-off, winner-takes-all event. There's the number 35 kart of Alexander Bardas. As the signal is given, the mechanics, you can see, scurrying off to the pit wall and out onto the rolling lap. Now, of course, in karting, warming one's tyres is not technically allowed. And the drivers think, well, no one's watching. Only the TV cameras broadcasting these images around the world via the internet have caught them. But they all know they have to get their tyres up to temperature as quickly as possible. 2 rolling laps. There's the grid. So, number 23, Ruben Moya Lopez, 13 years old, from Valencia. His goal this year is to win the World Junior Karting Championship, which will be held in the UK later this year. Isidro Callejas in kart number 32 alongside him. And can anybody break that Spanish stranglehold at the front of the grid? Of course, local knowledge proving to be absolutely key here. And of course, some of the other drivers stepping up into this class for the first time. Thinking of the likes of number 27, Josh Rattican, a cadet driver last year, finished in the top 5 in the British Cadet Championship. But of course, these karts, far more powerful, far more grip. It's amazing how much training the drivers have to do, even at the age of 12, 13 years old. These karts are now going to be approaching 60 to 70 miles an hour. You need an awful lot of physical strength. You think 7 laps, that's not a very long race. Well, when you're sat in a kart, it can feel like forever. And now on their second rolling lap, you can see Moya Lopez and Canellas bring them into their grid formation. Behind them, Mari Boya in cart number 18 and Victor Pardo in cart number 20. Then it's the number 28 cart, Angus Moolsdale, and the number 31 of Hugo Belder, the 25 of Alexander Walker, and the 19 of Enzo Juli. Then the 35 of Alexander Bardas and the number 8 of Matthias Zagazeta. Ayrton Fonteccia in the number 15 CRG cart, and then it's Josh Rattican in the number 27. They come into turn number 13. The white, predominantly white, with pink and blue flecks, Teo Martin junior team driver Ruben Moya brings them into the tram lines. Are we go? Yes, we are. We're off and racing. And into turn number 1, the pole man, Moya Lopez, has the lead. Everyone through turn number 1 cleanly. Now they switch back on themselves through turn number 2. Hard on the brakes for turn number 3 in the middle of the pack. One driver, I think that's Alexander Bardas, running right over the curbs, but that's in the middle of the pack. The leaders are all through cleanly, and that's quite a good clean start for everybody. So it is the pole man, Moya Lopez, who leads. Everybody now sorting themselves out in the back of the pack. Single file down towards turn number 9. And it is Isidro Canellas who has dropped back a couple of places. That's Mari Boya now into second place, the Kids to Win driver. So Boya in that number 18 cart into P2. And looking behind them, that looks like it's a Fusion Motorsport liveried cart. So possibly a very good start there for Angus Moolsdale in the number 28 to move into P3. And 17 junior drivers snaking down the back straight. And a change there. Isidro Callejas retakes third place away from Angus Moolsdale. So it was Moolsdale in that number 28 who'd made a good start. You can see with the St Andrews cross on the top of his crash helmet, the Scotsman Moolsdale going through now in 4th place. Behind him, that blue and yellow Alonso cart, that is the number 31 cart of Hugo Belder, who is up into 5th position. Then it's Victor Pardo, who has slipped to 6th from 4th on the grid. The number 25, there's Alex Walker for Dan Holland Racing. The driver behind him with a bright green flex on the outside of his rear bumper, that was Alexander Bardas. And Bardas had a massive moment going through turn number 3 on the opening lap. Clattered over the curbs, got sideways in front of about 10 other drivers, but luckily everyone avoided him, and he was able to continue down at the back of the pack. The number 34, that is Francesco Moreno Garcia on the Birrell ART cart, but we're running lap number 2 now, coming towards the end of it, and the leaders are trying to pull away, but Boya, now what does Mari Boya do in cart number 18? Does he work with Ruben Lopez, Moya? Or does he try and pass him? Because at the moment they've got 3 or 4 cart lengths in hand over Isidro Callejas and Angus Moolsdale. Oh, and behind them Alexander Bardas, just off camera. I can see a yellow flag waving as Bardas gets spun around, whether it was himself or if he had an assistance. But Alexander Bardas, the Polish driver, dropping to the back of the pack. Up at the front, though, Boya looks to the inside, going into turn number 9. Change of lead, but Boya can't get that cart slowed down on the apex. And cool as you like, Ruben Moya Lopez retakes the lead, and that has actually cost Boya a little bit of momentum, and he's now going to come under pressure from Isidro Callejas. And can Callejas make a move under braking going into turn number 13? No, in fact, Boya fights straight back, and Boya retakes the lead. Well, I think Ruben Moya may have been caught napping a little bit there. He thought to himself, well, he's made a mistake, he's not going to be close to me. Well, Mari Boya decided that take advantage of maybe a little lapse in concentration there from Ruben Moya Lopez, and Moya Lopez is now back to 3rd because Isidro Callejas in the number 32 cart moves into P number 2. The leaders go through turn number 6. Now they bring the speed up through turn number 7. The top 4 have broken away. At the back of this group in cart number 28 is Angus Moolsdale, and Boya now defending. So Boya defending from Callejas. That's going to bring Moya Lopez and Moolsdale back into play. It also might bring Hugo Belder and Victor Pardo, who are running 5th and 6th. You can see at the back of your screen there. They've got about 20 cart lengths to make up, but as we saw in the Mini X30 race, that if the leaders battle, that can draw those there. And Boya now into the lead once again. Callejas gets shuffled wide. Boya having to defend, and he's put himself under pressure. And just look how much closer Belder and Pardo. We've now got a 6-cart battle for the race lead through turn number 1. And back in that group there, that's the number 31 cart of Belder, just muscling his way underneath Callejas. So Callejas has gone from battling for the lead down to 5th position, and Angus Moolsdale in the number 28 cart now finds himself into P3. So it's Spain, Spain, Glasgow, Spain, Spain, Spain and Spain, with the Peruvian driver, Zagata, moving into P number 7. Now, we're not going to mention anything about Angus Moolsdale giving any of these Spaniards a Glasgow kiss. He's going to compose himself. We're running lap number 5 now of 7. And down the back straight, drivers jinking to the inside. Well, the defence is on. There goes Moya. Oh, somebody gets jettisoned wide coming through turn number 13. That was Mari Boya. So Boya gets shuffled wide, and it's going to be an absolute bun fight. We've gone from a 4-cart battle for the lead to a 6-cart. We've now got 10, 11, 12 drivers all fighting for the lead. And it's because the race leaders have just chosen to defend and battle at this early stages. Moya now checks over his shoulder. Can he get away? Moolsdale is second as they come through turn number 6. Where did Mari Boya come out? Looking back through there, he's in about 8th or 9th place. There's the number 27 of Josh Ratican. This is his first international event out of a cadet, and he finds himself right at the sharp end of things. The top 4 now try to break away. Moya Lopez, Moolsdale. Moolsdale gets shuffled wide at turn number 10. That is the green and white Tony cart there of Victor Pardo, trying to make a move, but Pardo, no sooner is he up into second, he's shuffled back down to 4th. On to the back straight we go. Drivers deviating from the racing line. It's Moya Lopez, Callejas, then Moolsdale, Pardo, and that, I think, is the Energy Course driver. Well, number 24 with a blue nose cone, that is Danish driver Daniel Traeger, and he started stone last in this race after had his couple of times taken off him in qualifying. They go through turn 3, so Traeger has come from 17th into the top 5, and he's only a couple of kart lengths off the race lead. Now, Moya Lopez starts slowing everybody down. This is the last lap. Through turn number 8, onto the short straight. Now Moya checks over his shoulder. He's going to have to defend. Can Callejas get to the inside of him? No, behind them they're side by side for 5th position. But it is Moya. Then it is a warning flag going out for Alex Walker in the number 25 kart. On to the back straight. Moya's going to have to jink to the inside. Callejas is there. Can Callejas jink to the inside and grab the lead? No, he can't. Pardo is third. Under braking, 1 corner to go. Moya stands on the brakes. He slows everybody down. Look at Traeger in 4th place. Moya takes the lead. Callejas second. Third for Pardo. And Traeger fist pumping the air from 17th to 4th. In just 7 laps for the young Danish driver from Roskilde. The 13-year-old goes into P4. Josh Ratican. Welcome to international racing, Joshua Ratican. He comes home in 5th position with Angus Moolsdale in 6th place. Mari Boya, after that incident earlier on, he drops back to 7th from Peru. Good results from number 8, Matthias Zagazeta, to finish in 8th place. Then it is Ayrton Fontecha in 9th, 10th for Francisco Moreno Garcia, and just look at that on the timing screens. 2.2 seconds separate the top 10. And if you're watching karting for the first time, that's not an anomaly, that is pretty much the norm. Outside the top 10, Axel Doss finishes 11th, followed by Rasmus Janssen in kart number 30. Then it's Alex Walker, Enzo Juli, Delano Vanterhoft, and the back of the field, Hugo Belder. Well, we saw Hugo Belder featuring pretty strongly in the front. Oh, and as they get out of the karts, and Alexander Bardas, we saw after a spin, he was the only retirement of the race. And the drivers head back to Parc Fermé. Well, that was an exciting opening to Junior X30, and if you think that, look how much fun they're having with just 17 drivers on the grid, don't forget the maximum grid is 34, and we've got a full grid for the main X30 Euro Series, so just imagine what it's like with 34 of them on circuit. It is quite a sight. So while we wait for the drivers to go through, and I'm sure that Jenny Wade will be trying to grab the winner to have a chat. It's been an up and down weekend for Ruben Moya so far, but that is a sweet tonic And of course, you do worry that in a race where you saw so much jostling and pushing and shoving, how many of those nose cones may have dropped? Well, the scrutineers will be going to work as we speak. We look ahead to race number 3, which will be the first senior race of the weekend. We have 22 drivers in total in this particular heat, so 42 drivers in the class. Now the maximum grid size is 34, so what the organisers do, they simply split them in half. We have, at the end of qualifying, 4 groups, A, B, C and D. Every driver will compete in 3 heat races. There are 4 races in total for the seniors today, but each driver will compete in 3 of them. It's a 10-lap race, so slightly longer for the senior drivers. And in qualifying yesterday, it was Great Britain's Jordan Brown-Nutley who was fastest of all. And, of course, some of the mechanics and team members choosing to watch from the rooftop terrace over the cafeteria here at Valencia. And the first of the Senior X30 races due to start at 11 o'clock, which will be in 7 minutes' time. 22 drivers headed by the number 244 cart of Great Britain's Jordan Brown-Nutley. We're looking at some of the drivers starting at the back of the grid. Everybody just, having a few moments to themselves. You can see there Valentin Aguilon just having a chat with one of the other mechanics in the FA race suit. So Valentin Aguilon in cart number 253, who only started karting at the age of 19, did Valentin. He's 23 years old now. So, well, a lot of these drivers have been driving since the age of 5 and 6 years old. Valentin only took it up as a hobby later in life. And of course, a lot of people think that, karting, it's just a stepping stone to racing. Well, that's wrong. Karting is a sport in its own right. You can be a professional kart racer if you are lucky enough and good enough. And not everybody is there just looking to try and get into the next step. There are people here that karting is their life, and quite rightly so. It is a sport in its own right. Just look at how professional the setup is, how professional the teams are, and why leave? And we've got a few moments to go. I've just seen Jenny Wade and a driver scuttling across the pit lane, which tells me that there is the potential for an interview with the winner of the Junior X30 opening heat coming up very shortly. But until that moment arrives, we can look forward to Jordan Brown-Nutley and Carlos Leon on the front row of the grid for the next race. Jensen Butterfield, a senior debutante in cart number 255, and Axel Charpentier will start from row number 2. Brett Ward, whose Nan Maureen is watching from Hayes back in the UK, and Jonathan Brown on row number 3. Now, Brett Ward finished second in last year's X30 Euro Series. Carlos Leon finished 6th in last year's X30 Euro Series. And in the senior class, 42 drivers in total, but Jen Wade has a sort of happy-looking Ruben Moya. Give us a smile. There we go. Over to you, Jen.
Now, what an exciting race, Ruben. I know my heart's still fluttering here, but it was really close and a great race.
Yes, it was a difficult race, but I can win the race.
Now, did you believe that you could win it, or did you think it was going to be a little bit difficult? Because there's a lot of competition out there, especially from Spain.
It's difficult, but I think I can win in tomorrow.
Okay, now we ask the mini driver, the winner, Maximus, what happens if it rains tomorrow? Do you want to tell us? Easy or not easy?
Not easy. Was the first part of the race was difficult, but then was easier.
Okay, now thinking about the rest of the heats today, will you change anything? A lot of setup changes or not really?
Not really.
Not going to tell us, are you? No. Thank you. Great race, and we're looking forward to this afternoon.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jenny. You're never going to get any driver to admit to what they're planning on for the next race. They will go back to their awnings and refettle their carts and debrief with their mechanics. And just to remind you, if you want to tweet in, it is at RGMMC. And let us know where you're watching from. So far, it seems to be a lot of British karters watching from back home and their families. But there's drivers in this next class, 42 in total. The majority of them, either from Britain or Spain or France. We've got 17 British drivers, 9 Spaniards, 8 drivers from France, 2 drivers from the Netherlands, 2 from Portugal, and then 1 each from Ireland, from Norway, from Austria, and from Italy. And variety, they say, is the spice of life, and there are 16 different chassis manufacturers in this class as well. So what worked well yesterday in qualifying may not work quite so well today, and may work very differently if the rain arrives tomorrow. So the grid, driver number 244, Jordan Brown Nutley for Dan Holland Racing, starts from pole position. Alongside him there, looking on camera now, number 223, Carlos Leon. And Carlos, again, 6th in last year's championship. He won the second round of the 2016 series at Zuera in Spain. He's 15 years old from Barcelona. He started karting, that young man there on camera, at age 3 years old. And sometimes in Spain, it's almost like a religion where you're put on a little bike or in a little pedal cart as soon as you can walk, almost. And so Leon, just thinking about visualizing his first lap around the circuit, he sits there. Behind them, from the UK, Jensen Butterfield in kart number 255, and Axel Charpentier for the EKR team. Now, Axel is a driver who has represented the UK for quite some years and raced in the UK. He is still running under the British flag, but the majority of his family are from France, but he's based pretty much in Spain, and he's driving the EKR kart, and he's qualified it in 4th place. Brett Ward in kart 202 for the Mach 1 chassis, the MLC Motorsport team, Lee Murray's team, making their first appearance here. Then it's Jonathan Brown, the Irishman, in kart number 215 on row 3. Mark Kimber. Well, Mark Kimber, a reigning World Junior Rotax champion. He is there in kart number 248. And Frank Chapard from France. As the drivers are released, they flood underneath the commentary position. There is the grid. It's Brown, Nutley, and Leon on the front row. Butterfield and Charpentier on row number 2. Then Brett Ward and Jonathan Brown on row number 3. Mark Kimber and Frank Chapard on row 4. Then the second of the Spaniards on row number 5, number 228, and that is Manuel Galofre. Alejandro Lajo Lopez alongside Manuel on row number 5, and then Valentin Aguillon and Louis Westover on row 6. Belen Garcia. Now Belen in kart number 220, the only young lady in the field, the only young lady racing here this weekend. That's number 220 for the NM Racing Team, Nia Montserrat, well-known Spanish driver in both sports cars and single-seaters. Then it's Carlos Dembilo, and on row number 8, Tom Croydon, the Welshman from Swansea, and Max Barnett in kart number 252. Max, currently residing in Norwich in the eastern part of England, but originally from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Behind Max on row number 9, Matthew Luton and Patrick Kibble. Then Samuel White and Jack Johns. Jack Deakin and Henry Laws round out the field. Although Laws, he had an exclusion from qualifying yesterday. He was very quick. So watch for number 242, Henry Laws, to be coming through the pack. There on the screen is the number 247, Axel Charpentier. And now Jordan Brown Nutley, who won at this track 1 weekend ago at another event. He will be bringing the field into formation. 22 drivers. 10 laps. And they come into turn number 13. Brown, Nutley and Carlos Leon. Will we have a good formation? Will the speed be up to scratch? 10 laps, lights are green, we're off and racing. Hold your breath as 22 senior X30 drivers now try to snake their way through turn number 1. 3 wide in the middle of the pack. It's a good start though from the poleman, Brown Nutley. Slotting into second place is Jensen Butterfield in cart number 255, that green and white Tony cart. Out of the commentary box window, I can see that everybody has got through turn 2 cleanly. Battle as for third place as Carlos Leon tries to fight off Brett Ward. In fact, that's for fourth place, because not only has Butterfield got ahead of the outside pole man, but I think that may be Mark Kimber or Axel Charpentier up into P3. We'll check that as they come through. But it is Jordan Brown Nutley leading and trying to pull away from Jensen Butterfield, the senior debutante. He was a mini driver last year, but he's gone straight into seniors. He's in there in the Strawberry Racing number 255 now into the 13th and final chicane at the end of lap number 1. It is Charpentier third, then Brett Ward. No, it's Carlos Leon in fourth. Up in the fifth has gone number 248 Mark Kimber, that green and white Tony Kart chassis, and he's in front of the number 202 MLC Motorsport cart of Brett Ward. They go through turn number 5 into turn number 6. Watch as Butterfield now try to slot into the race leader Brown Nutley slipstream as they build the speed up to over 70 miles an hour. Down towards turn number 9, hard on the brakes as Kimber slots underneath Axel Charpentier. They're good friends, those two drivers. They've known each other well, raced against each other for a long time. They'll know how to work against one another, work with one another for the common good. And all 22 drivers still running. Down at the back of the pack, Henry Law's still there in 22nd place in the number 242 cart. We'll watch for him to make some progress. But Jensen Butterfield has now caught Jordan Brown Nutley. Carlos Leon in third place. Then it is Kimber and Ward. Charpentier in the top 6 as well. Then it's Alejandro Lajo Lopez and Frank Chapard, 7th and 8th. And the number 215 cart of Jonathan Brown is 9th, followed by the number 228. And in the number 228 cart, that is Manuel Galofre. But up at the front, still the pole sitter, Jordan Brown Nutley leads through turn number 10. This is lap 3. Oh, and one driver off at the side of the circuit there. See him, Marshall running towards him out of the commentary box window. That is... Try and get a number check next time by. But that could have been Patrick Kibble in the number 214 cart, the Metro Group driver. As a change for the lead, Jensen Butterfield slots out from behind the slipstream of Jordan Brown Nutley, going through turn number 1, takes over the lead of the race. So it's the Strawberry Racing number 255 Butterfield who leads, but only temporarily, because Brown Nutley straight back up the inside. Carlos Leon wasting no time in taking advantage of the fact that Butterfield was offline, and moves into P number 2. And that is the problem that you have, that if you get shuffled offline, well, Carlos Leon is going to try and do to Jordan Brown Nutley now what Brown Nutley did to Butterfield just a couple of corners ago, and that is just get to the inside and ease Brown Nutley off the racing line onto the marbles. And the marbles are the little bits of rubber that get thrown off the tyres. You can see it just to the side of the circuit. And oh, that was a move there from Brown Nutley, fighting back. That was late on the brakes going into turn number 13, and now Butterfield takes advantage. Well, so much for a nice calm start to this one. Carlos Leon has been shuffled all the way back to 7th or 8th place, and that was because coming through turn number 12, and that is the end of the longest straight, that is flat out at 70 miles an hour. It's not a place you normally overtake, and Jordan Brown Nutley just sent one up the inside of Carlos Leon, and Leon then was offline, was on the dirty part of the track, and it allows Jensen Butterfield in cart number 255, don't forget, in his first race as a senior, to take over top spot into turn number 9. Lead group, 8, 9 drivers big. 2, 4, 6, 8, 7, 8 drivers. And a battle behind is the red speed car, number 2, 3, 4. Frank Chapard makes a move on Carlos Leon there. Jonathan Brown is next in line. Then it is Manuel Galofre, and Brett Waters slipped right back to 10th in cart number 202. Didn't see what happened to Brett. Louis Westover is next. Then Valentin Aguillon, Carlos Dembillo, Henry Laws up to 14th now. And a change once again. Now it's Jordan Brown Nutley back in front in that number 244 cart, the Dan Holland Racing Machine. He's got the 2 Strawberry Racing green and white Tony carts behind him. Kimber and then Butterfield. And then the much taller figure of Axel Charpentier is next. And behind Charpentier, actually, that is Lahore Lopez in number 233 in 4th place. As another change to lead, now Kimber, last year's Junior Rotax World Champion, moves into the race lead. Lap 6 out of 10. Kimber from Butterfield. Brown Nutley in 3rd. Charpentier, Carlos Leon, and the number 233 of Alejandro Lahore Lopez is next. There's the rest of the pack filing through your shot there. Change once again. Now it's Butterfield's turn to just ease to the inside. Kimber taking the racing line, and of course that allows Butterfield to just slide at the inside of him. Brown Nutley takes advantage, and Kimber goes from 1st to 3rd in the blink of an eye. The number 247 cart, that's the EKR cart of Charpentier, is there in 5th position. Carlos Leon setting the fastest lap of the race. Now slots into 5th. He's at the back of this lead group, currently going into turn number 9 as a change. The 2 Strawberry Racing Tony carts there getting split by Jordan Brown Nutley. And looking back, the first 13 drivers coming into your shot now. Well, that's your top 13 pretty much, all in one big 2-stroke powered multicoloured snake in the same shot, all the way back to the number 253 cart of Valentin Aguillon and the number 224 of Carlos Dembillo. Lap number 8 now. Brown Nutley will have to start thinking about defending from Butterfield. The danger man is Carlos Leon, fastest lap of the race, and he's moved into P3. He's past Charpentier, he's past Kimber, he's past Lahore Lopez, and there goes Leon. Well, he'll want to try and get back to Brown Nutley, because the move that Brown Nutley pulled on him was clean as a whistle, but it wouldn't have pleased Carlos Leon, because, well, would it please you if somebody shoved their go-kart at the inside of you at 70 miles an hour just as you were about to turn a corner? No, it wasn't, but that is what makes these drivers so good, because they can judge to an inch or a millimetre when to make a move. There goes your top 13, through turn number 13, in fact. Brett Ward in 9th place, holding off the number 241 cart, the Cosmic cart of Louis Westover. But it's still Brown Nutley who leads. Leon has got to try and get past the number 255 cart of Jensen Butterfield. Does he do it under braking for turn number 3? Not this time. Out of turn 3, now into turn number 4. This is where Brown Nutley really needs to hug the inside line, because if he gets shuffled wide, and this is the problem that Brown Nutley has, because if Jensen Butterfield gets a nose up the inside of Brown Nutley will be forced offline. And he won't just lose one place, he'll lose 2 or 3, and that's where you see now Brown Nutley beginning to defend. He starts to defend. Leon takes advantage of the fact that that Butterfield was trapped on the outside. He moves into P2. Now, will Carlos Leon return the favour at the end of the back straight? They come on to the back straight. No, Leon's not close enough. Butterfield right behind him. Into turn number 13. The top 3 stay single file. Across the line. Into turn number 1, it's Brown Nutley, Leon and Butterfield. Behind them, the 4th place battle. Somebody running wide there in P number 4. Charpentier briefly had it as we begin the final lap. Kimber now is in 4th place. And look at Frank Chapard. Frank Chapard in cart number 234. He makes a move and he gets quickly muscled back. This is a great scrap for 4th place, but it's allowing the top 3 to break clear. There's Lahore Lopez in cart 233 scrambling around. Kimber holding on to 4th. The 3 leaders are coming through turn number 10, and it is still Brown Nutley at the head of that group. Leon has slipped back behind Butterfield. The leaders are on the back straight. Into turn number 12 we go. Brown Nutley from Butterfield. Who's latest on the brakes? Can Carlos Leon, who's going to get a great run out of turn number 13. Watch number 223. He sweeps to the inside, but Brown Nutley holds on by a whisker, by 1/10 of a second from Jensen Butterfield. In the number 255 car, Carlos Leon finishes in third position, almost on equal time. And Mark Kimber just about holds on to fourth place, although it was very, very close. Axel Charpentier rounds out the top 5. Then a great drive from Frank Chapard to finish 6th. Jonathan Brown, didn't mention Jonathan Brown too much, but he did a good job of coming home in 7th place there. Then it was Alejandro Lajo Lopez in cart number 233, finishing in 8th place. Brett Ward takes 9th, and Louis Westover, another junior graduate making his senior debut, he rounds out the top 10 ahead of Carlos Dembilo in 11th place. Then Valentin Aguillon in 12th. Manuel Galofre Torner in 13th. Then Belen Garcia, 14th place for the only lady in the field. Then Shane White in 15th. Henry Laws made his way up to 16th position. 17th for Max Barnett, the Anglo-American driver. Then Jack Deakin, Tom Croydon, Jack Johns, Matthew Luton, and the only retirement, sadly, was Patrick Kibble, who failed to finish. Into the Parc Fermé area come the drivers. Well, that is the third straight extremely exciting race that we have had here at the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero. We have now seen half of the 42-strong senior X30 field, and there is Patrick Kibble's rather forlorn-looking Metro Group kart. And the 14-year-old from Bromley, well, that'll go back to the paddock on the back of the recovery vehicle. And his mechanic, Andy Potter, will then go to work on fixing whatever problem it was. And Patrick is the club champion at Buckmore Park kart circuit in the UK, and that is the circuit that is owned and operated by John Surtees. Is it Sir John Surtees? It should be Sir John Surtees. If it isn't, then I've officially just knighted him for services to motorsport. He can thank me later. He might actually be watching, because he does keep up to speed with what is going on in the world of karting, not just at his home circuit, but in the bigger, wider world. So if you are watching, John, hello. And now we get ready for the fourth heat race of the day. So it is the second group of senior drivers. And at the end of this race, there will be a brief break. So this race is due to start in 5 minutes' time, at 20 past 11. We will bring you this race and hopefully a winner's interview, as I can see that Jordan Brown Nutley there being summoned by Jenny Wade. And when Jenny Wade says, "You here, boy," and points her microphone at you, you tend to listen. So we'll hear from Jordan Brown Nutley very shortly. But of course, this next race, we will see number 237, the Sodi kart of Arnaud Malizia, the Frenchman, on pole alongside Scotland's Dean MacDonald. And then Milan Petelet from France on row 3. And a big, warm welcome return to karting for Joey Van Splunteren in kart number 273. While Joey raced regularly up until 2010, was a European champion in 2010, tried his hand at car racing, has drifted in and out of the driving seat since then. He's always been a feature at karting, but 2017 sees him making a return to action. And there we go. Jen Wade has a rather relieved-looking Jordan Brown Nutley with him. Her.
So, Jordan, you just said to me it was a little bit hard out there.
Yeah, the lead changes so much around here, and with the toe, it's just hard to lead.
Now, the competition is really close. Of course, as we were just saying, there's more than one grid, so mix it up a little bit in the heats. You think it's going to be so easy from now on?
No, I think you just got to play it safe through the heats and just get 3 good finishes. because with the 2 grids it just punishes us so much.
Okay, now just one question before we finish. When all this is happening out there, the lead's changing all the time, as you said. What are you thinking at that point? Because I saw you looking around, a few hand signals.
Yeah, just want to stay in the top 3 and keep pushing really.
It's important for the points now.
Yeah, just gain the points on the board and go from there.
Okay, thank you very much. We're enjoying the racing, so hi to all your fans at home. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, thank you, Jenny, and thank you, Jordan. I'm sure Jordan is giving a big up to the Dan Holland collective back home watching in the UK. Few minutes to go before the start of the 4th race of the day, and just in our picture there you can see the gentleman in the red polo shirt and the sunglasses just walking behind the timing screen. That is Lucas Carrero, the circuit owner, a sports car racer in his own right, who has been a key part of this circuit and is an ever-present figure here. He's a very hands-on owner, and you can see last night when the RGMMC organisers put on a little welcome party for the driver. Lucas was there with his 2 young daughter, dancing away to the music in the paddock. Maybe a future Spanish kart racer in years to come. But there on your screen, Dean MacDonald, the Scotsman, former British cadet champion and runner-up in last year's British Karting Championship. The Strawberry Racing driver just settling himself down. The kart that you can just see the front of there in our screen is the poleman, number 237, Arnaud Malizia. Now, Arnaud Malizia, the 14-year-old driver from Nice in France, who says that he enjoys fishing when he's not karting. Well, 2 sports you could not get further apart if you tried. And the calm and serenity of a French riverbank compared to the noise and colour and vibrancy of an international kart race like this. But I suppose every driver has to switch off at some point. And it's Malizia and MacDonald on the front row. Milan Petelet. So Petelet in kart number 238. Now he finished 7th in the 2016 IAMI International Finals at Le Mans in France. So that's 7th from an entry of over 100. And out they go. The mechanics all stand and watch and ready to dive onto the dummy grid if their driver cannot get going. But it looks like we have all 22 drivers off and running. And it'll be Malizia and MacDonald on row number 1. Petelet in kart number 238. The Praga kart of Petelet. Now, is that... Normally, that is a very, very distinctive regal purple and silver coloured livery on a Praga kart from IPK Karting. And, well, there's no missing our poleman, Arnaud Malizia, the Trefle Racing team. It's a French team, but it's got the Irish Shamrock on all the team kit. So, the Frenchman hoping for a little bit of the luck of the Irish in the next 10 laps. Behind the top 3, the number 273, Joey Van Splunteren, going through your screen there on the Gillard chassis. Oldest, most experienced driver here, 25 years old, Van Splunteren. Then it is Quique Bordas, the leading Spanish driver in the field in kart number 254. Jan Bouvier, the Frenchman on the Techno kart in kart number 230. On row 3, Josh Skelton from the UK, and from Israel, Ido Cohen on row number 4. Then Carlos Saval and Oliver Clark from the People's Republic of Kings Lynn on row number 5. Nicolas Schoel from Austria and Antoine Perceval from France on row 6. Oscar Palomo from Spain, and João Ferreira from Portugal on row number 7. From Spain, Alejandro Martinez Jorne and Simão Ventura from Portugal on row number 8. Row number 9, Niels Koelen, who is being coached and mentored by Joey Van Splunteren, and Vincent Marcero on row 9. Lewis Kent, making his return to karting after a 2-year absence, will start in kart 222 on the back row of the grid alongside Mari Solis Poulsen, and that is a false start. The formation was a bit tardy, and you can see the red light staying on, and the drivers will slow down and signal to one another to get back into formation as they go through turn number 3. And a couple of stragglers at the back of the pack not in the correct formation, so we will go around again. And Marius Soli Poulsen was the driver at the back of this 20-strong field in kart number 217. And there is Van Splunteren, the Sichting Signmind Racing kart. And Van Splunteren is coaching Niels Koelen, who only started karting last year, or just over 12 months ago. Niels Koelen, the 15-year-old, in kart number 313. So, we're going to go around again. Now, there was me expecting and thinking, right, any time now, the leaders are going to slow down and bring themselves back into formation, but they chose not to, and now they slow down. Well, obviously, somebody up near the front decided that their tyres weren't as warm as they'd like them to be, and what better way to ensure that your tyres are to your liking in terms of temperature at the start of a race than by somehow manufacturing a false start. But the only problem with that is that the clerks on the circuit are wise to such tactics, and we now see a red flag. Now, what will happen, ladies and gentlemen, back home watching on TV, is that the drivers will be brought to a specific point of the circuit. They will be stopped by a slightly terse official who has not been happy that his lovely timetable has been ruined by unscrupulous drivers at the front of the grid trying to get a couple of extra laps in. And the front row drivers, Mr. Malizia in kart 237 and Mr. McDonald in kart 249, may be invited for an audience with the clerk. It'll be one of those conversations where one party nods and says sorry, and the other party explains the correct starting procedure of a kart race. And then they will be told in no uncertain terms that if they don't start the race the next time of asking properly, their hard work from qualifying will all be undone, and they will find themselves starting at the back. So here we go. There is the official. There is the drivers. Oh, and there is the summons. Oh, and he wants them all 20. No discrimination here. Everybody can have a little chat, and he's the international sign language of karting. And it appears as though, despite their experience, the fact that in this race we have national champions, people that have been European champions, they are being informed as to the error of their ways. And as you can see, the conversation is a one-way ticket. So, Mr. Malizia, Mr. McDonald, Mr. Petelet, and Mr. Van Splunteren, who's thinking, I stopped this 7 years ago, and here I am again. Now, they go back to their carts. The official will give them the signal to refire their engines. Of course, this is where the mechanics are now getting very nervous. Will the engine start? Especially the drivers at the back of the grid who haven't done anything wrong, will their engines refire? And 20 carts do spring back into life. And off we go. Now, I am a betting man, let's be fair. And I would cast a heavy wager that we will get a nice, clean start next time around. with 20 carts in 2 very, very nice straight rows of 10. And already it appears as though the poleman, Mr. Malizia and Mr. McDonald on the outside of the front row, are getting themselves into formation. And let's have a look. Well, who's been tweeting us here at RGMMC? Well, Teo Martin, who's seen his young driver, Ruben Moya, win the opening junior heat. He is tweeting away. Well, hello there, Teo. It's been a bit of a stressful time for you so far this weekend, but hopefully now it's all going according to plan. But that we'll catch up with the Twitter feed shortly. On the track is where the action is going to be. Malizia in cart 237, McDonald in cart 249, Peterle in cart 238, Van Splunteren in number 273. Then it is the 254 cart of Kike Bordas and the 230 of Jan Bouvier. Behind them, the 236 of Josh Skelton and the number 235 of Ido Cohen. Then the number 239 of Saval and the number 251 of Oliver Clark. Then 225 Nicholas Scholl and 216 Antoine Perceval. Here we go, through turn number 13. Watch for the tram lines. They're all in them. Lights are out. We are racing at last. Good start from the poleman. A poor start from McDonald, who gets shuffled wide. He's going to lose 1, 2, 3 places. Oh, and the poleman running a little bit wide through turn number 1 there. And he somehow managed to hang on to the lead. Somebody goes grass tracking. That was Milan Peterle from 3rd on the grid. And there's a bit of a concertina effect down at turn number 3. But it's Malizia who leads from number 254. Great start from Kike Bordas from 5th on the grid. He's up into P number 2 and had a little sniff at the lead going through turn number 1. Dean McDonald is not in the top 4. In fact, looking back, McDonald has dropped out of the top 6, so a poor start there from the outside of row number 1. And it's the Coles racing cart of Josh Skelton I can see in 5th position, but the top 4 have broken clear. Malizia followed in close quarters by Bordas. Then the number 239 cart, that is Carlos Saval. Great start from Saval. Behind the leaders, there's a problem down at turn number 13 as a few drivers missed the chicane and a change for 3rd place. That's the 225 cart. Well, Nicholas Scholl from 11th on the grid in cart 225, moving into P number 3 at the expense of Carlos Saval. Saval now is Scholl, the Austrian, up into P2 at the expense of Kike Bordas. And there's Josh Skelton in cart 236, the Coles racing driver from Dereham in Cumbria, the north of England. Skelton moves into P number 3. Schoell second, Skelton, then Saval, Bordas, Oscar Palomo running in the top 6, Ido Cohen up to 7th, Oliver Clark running in 9th, looking down, while Dean McDonald down in 20th and last place. Now I saw drivers going through the turn 13 chicane at the end of lap number 1. One of those drivers must have been McDonald. Peterle also with problems. He's down in 14th place. And the race leader, the poleman, Arno Malizia, in cart 237, is beginning to ease away. Problem coming out of turn number 5. That is Dean McDonald out of the race in the number 249 cart. So McDonald becomes the first retirement of the race. There's the number 240 cart. Losing a place there, the Croc Promotions driver, João Ferreira, the Portuguese man, the Mad Croc cart. And that puts Ferreira down in about 10th place. Still not a bad first lap for him. Jan Bouvier in the Techno cart has dropped down to 16th position. And Joey Van Splunteren is down 11th in cart number 273. So, a real shuffling of the order behind the poleman as Skelton takes 2nd place now in cart 236. So, Josh Skelton there in 236 ahead of Nicholas Scholl. Now, Scholl may be Austrian, but he is driven in the British Championship alongside Skelton for some time. There's Ido Cohen, the Israeli driver in cart 235. Oliver Clark, the M Sport driver, sets the fastest lap of the race. Now, Oliver is the lightest driver in the field. He's got more lead on his cart than anybody else, 30 kilos nearly, and a full tank of fuel just to get Oliver up to the weight limit. And that puts an awful lot of stress and strain on the chassis. So Oliver is driving knowing that he can't clip the curbs because he's literally been snapping chassis because the chassis weigh so much with all the lead on them. But he's made good progress, set the fastest lap of the race, and is up into P8 at the moment. But they're all chasing. Arno Malizia coming into turn number 13 and on to another lap. This will be the conclusion of lap number 4. And Malizia leads by nearly a full second, although Skelton was a tad quicker last time around. But Skelton's under pressure from Scholl. Skelton slips back to 3rd place. Carlos Saval in the number 239 car, that red and white AC Motorsport machine with the bright yellow flecks at the corners of this rear bumper. He is there in P4. Then there's a slight gap back to Ido Cohen, and battling away with Ido Cohen is Quique Bordas in kart number 254, the Spanish driver. Bordas now moving past Cohen into 5th position. Oscar Palomo runs in 7th place, followed by Oliver Clark. Then it's Van Splunteren. João Ferreira rounds out the top 10, and then it's the number 232 kart of Spain's Alejandro Martinez. Milan Petele fighting back into 11th place now. Jan Bouvier still down in 16th position. But up at the front, as we move into the second half of this race, Malizia leads by 7/10 of a second. Last time around, Malizia a 58.16, a 57.9 for Nicolas Scholl. So Scholl is catching in that kart number 225. Skelton is 3rd, holding off Saval. Josh Skelton of the Coles Racing team, they had a pretty nasty surprise when they got here to the circuit because unbeknownst to them, they had picked up a couple of passengers en route, a couple of passengers who thought that the British licence plates on the Coles Racing truck meant that the Coles Racing truck was going to Britain. Little did they realise it was travelling 3,000 kilometres away from their intended destination. Needless to say that the local Garda were on hand very quickly to relieve the unintended passengers of their ride to this circuit. They haven't been allowed to stay as spectators. But it was an interesting start for Coles Racing this weekend, and it's looking like it's a very good continuation of it because Skelton from 7th on the grid, challenging for the leaders, and the leaders are catching. No Malizia back in the pack there. Battles going on between Lewis Kent, Paulson, and Koolers. Koelen, rather, the Dutchman. The number 216 kart of Antoine Percival has slipped to the back of the field. 19 drivers still running, but that 7/10 of a second advantage held by Arno Malizia has come down to nothing. Scholl, Skelton and Saval have caught the race leader. Now, can they pass him? Because so far, Malizia has proved to be a rather tough nut to crack. Into turn of the and Scholl wasting little time. They both run wide. Scholl over the grass. Well, Scholl went in very deep, and they push the leaders offline. Somehow Malizia comes out in front. Scholl back into 3rd place. Carlos Saval takes advantage and moves into P2, and there's Scholl back up the inside into turn number 3 of Saval. Skelton now slips to 4th, and coming into play is Quique Bordas in kart number 254, Ido Cohen in kart number 235, and there's the number 251 M Sport kart of Oliver Clark, who still races as a junior in the UK, but he can race as a senior in Europe. He is there in 7th place, and look for the very dark liveried kart of Joey Van Splunteren coming into the back of your screen. The experienced Joey Van Splunteren in 8th place now with Oscar Palomo right behind him, and that kind of concertinaing effect started when Scholl went in a little bit too deep on Malizia, forced them both offline. Malizia was able to stay on circuit. Scholl had to cut across the grass. The back of that lead group, which is now about 10 strong, is Milan Petele. Well, Petele started this race on the grass, and the number 238 Praga kart, that purple kart, predominantly purple and silver kart, at the back of that lead group. He has caught back up and now potentially has a chance for a solid result. We're on lap number 9 out of 10. Oliver Clark in kart 251 passes Ido Cohen. There's Van Splunteren in 273, looking to pass the Israeli driver but can't get through. Still, Malizia leads the race. Scholl, Saval, Skelton giving chase. Then it's Kike Bordas, Oliver Clark, Cohen, Van Splunteren. In fact, look at that. Oliver Clark now beat the 5th position. And Clark goes through turn number 12 into turn number 13. Malizia hunkers down behind the Nazar panel as they start their final lap. Well, he knows he doesn't have to defend just yet. If he starts to defend, he's going to bring everybody in. If he just holds on to his racing line, not sure if Nicholas Scholl can catch him. Through turn number 4 they go. Now into turn 5 and 6, the left-hander bringing the speed up. Scholl still 2 kart lengths back. There's Kike Bordas in 2.54, holding on to a top 6 position. Hard on the brakes for turn number 9. Through turn 10 they go, and still Malizia leads the race. I don't think Scholl's going to catch him. Scholl will now start looking behind him to see where Saval and Skelton are. Down the back straight, through turn 12. Arno Malizia. We said he needed the luck of the Irish. That Shamrock is working on the team logo. He takes the checkered flag. Scholl grabs second. Saval was trying to make a move as they crossed the line, but he couldn't quite do it. Skelton finishes 4th. Oliver Clark comes home in 5th position. Kike Bordas is 6th in the number 254 kart. Then Joey Van Splunteren. Welcome back to karting, Joey. In kart 273, he finishes in 7th place ahead of Oscar Palomo in 8th. Good recovery from Milan Petele to finish in 9th position, and Ido Cohen rounds out the top 10 again. The top 7 separated by less than 2 seconds. Alejandro Martinez Yorne is 11th. João Ferreira for the Mad Croc team in 12th. Then Jan Bouvier 13th. Simão Ventura, Vincent Marcero in 15th. Marisoli Poulsen from Norway in 16th. And then, well, Joey Van Splunteren protege Niels Koelen, he finishes in 17th place. Lewis Kent making his first outing in karting for 2 years. Lewis races in the Fiesta Saloon Car Championship and the Sports 2000 Championship in the UK. Having a weekend away karting in Spain with his granddad David. And first time out for 2 years. He finishes in 18th place. Sadly, D. McDonald failed to finish, and also Antoine Percival. And as you have a little look now, there you can see the white-shirted figure of Paul Classen there, just monitoring the nose cones, and he'll take images of anything that is not right. And I think, sadly, 1 or 2 drivers in that race may have fallen foul of the dropped nose cone, and when Paul sees the bracket is broken, he will record it, and then the paperwork begins, and it's not a penalty that you can appeal. And woe betide anybody who tries to put their nose cone back on. That is a big no-no. You don't try and put your nose cone back on if it is dropped, because you may find yourself spectating for the rest of the weekend, let alone that race. And well, that is now the first round of heats completed. Every driver here, each one of the 65 drivers competing in the 2017 X30 Winter Cup has now completed one of their 3 heat races. We will wait for the winner's interview. The next race, ladies and gentlemen, is set to begin at 20 minutes past 12. And so what we will do is that we will speak to the winner, well, the royal we. Jenny Wade will speak to the winner. And then we will have a brief break. So if you're watching at home, you can go and put the kettle on, get a cup of tea, and we will recommence. The stream will continue. There may be a couple of very, very entertaining commercials for you to watch. And then we will be back about 10-15 minutes before the next race. Gives us a chance to update the Twitter feed. And so, for those of you watching karting for the first time, and I know there are people out there watching karting for the first time, this is what our sport is all about. And if you're just watching and you're an eager spectator at home and you think, oh wow, well, this looks like a lot of money, look at all those big trucks, look at all those equipments and the mechanics, oh my word, that looks like an expensive hobby. Well, when you get to this international level, obviously it's a highly professional sport. These are young athletes and the costs can be quite significant. However, karting is not expensive. Karting can be as cheap as you like, and if you like the look of what you're watching on the screen, go on the internet, find your local kart circuit, go down there, see what kind of owner-driver racing they do. Even if it's just testing, you can get second-hand karts for not a lot of money. And here we go. Well, there's Nicholas Scholl, who's cropped up. So Jenny Wade's about to interview the young Austrian. Take it away.
Now, Nicholas, we didn't speak with the winner of the race because his French and his English wasn't so confident. But perhaps you can tell us from second place what you were seeing, what was happening there, because it was really a little bit close for a short time.
Yeah, it was really hard start. Came through to fourth or fifth, and then made my way up to second.
Mm-hmm. And just talk us through a few laps there where there was a little bit of dicing going on, a little bit of late braking and all different sorts of things. In that position, how are you feeling and what's happening there?
The lead was braking quite early, so I touched him, and then just everyone went into me, and yeah, it was quite hard.
But you managed to keep it on track, and were you surprised with the level of the racing this weekend?
Yeah, the level is really high, and I was quite surprised.
Of course, you're a European champion, so you're expecting, obviously, to have good competition. That's why you are here. Are you feeling confident coming into the last two races today?
Yeah, I feel really confident. I think we found the pace and should be good.
Okay, and I know you've got a lot of fans out there watching today, haven't you?
Yeah.
Okay, hi to Austria. They're probably all sitting inside there and we're enjoying the Spanish sunshine.
Yeah, it's good here.
It's great. We're looking forward to the racing. You've got a short break now, but all your friends can watch us on Telemundi, send your message on Facebook and Twitter, and yeah, we wish you luck.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and tell Nicholas he can go and fill out his commentator's information sheet, because otherwise he may find a few facts about himself broadcast around the world that, well, may or may not be strictly true. I'm only joking. Nicholas Scholl. Do apologise. Well, the first four races are in the books. As you can see, the sun is shining brightly. The temperature off track is rising nicely to the early to mid 20s. The temperature on track, however, is red hot, just as you would expect from any Winter Cup event that RGMMC have put on over the years. This, the first of the X30 Winter Cups. 4 races, 4 winners, 4 extremely exciting examples of what this sport is. So wherever you are in the world, we hope you've enjoyed the first segment of this. There will be a short break now. For the people in the paddock, you can take your earplugs out. You're free to talk amongst yourselves for the next 15 minutes. For those of you watching at telemundi.com, have a break, send us a tweet, tell us who you're following and where you're watching this from, so we know where people are tuning in as the eyes of the karting world are on this little corner of sunny Spain. We will be back in about 15 minutes' time at 12 o'clock as we set off for the second round of heat races here at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, the 2017 X30 Winter Cup. The X30 Warriors have been doing their thing on track, and there is plenty more to come. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Cartodromo Internacional. Lucas Guerrero here, just outside Valencia in Spain, as we prepare for the second round of qualifying heat races here at the inaugural X30 Winter Cup. Thank you once again for joining us wherever you are in the world via www.telemundi.com. I know we have viewers watching from the UK, from France, from Spain, from Italy, even from the United States of America. People tuning in to watch 65 of the best young X30 karting warriors from around mainly Europe, but also from further afield, 13 different countries represented on the circuit. And drivers have all competed now in one of 3 qualifying heats. Each driver will compete in 3 heat races today, and in those heat races they score grid points. Now, grid points, you get 0 for a win, or 2 for second, 3 for third, and so on. At the end of the 3 heats, your grid points are added together, and the driver with the lowest score, or the best score, as it were, will start from pole position for tomorrow's pre-final. And that is the case for the minis and juniors, but for the seniors, it's a little bit more fraught, because there are 42 senior drivers here and only 28 automatic qualifying places for the pre-final. The drivers that score 29th place points in the heats on back will go through to the second chance race tomorrow morning. The top 6 finishers in that race go through to the pre-final to make up the full grid of 34. If you finish 7th on back in the second chance race, sadly, your Winter Cup ends early. On screen, there is the young man who will start the next race you will see from pole position. Sergio Ruiz, 10 years old, from La Tamelia del Valles in Spain. And Sergio, well, he didn't quite come out on top of the first heat race, because that went to Maximus Meyer. There on screen now is the youngest driver here this weekend, Norwegian Sondre Norheim, 9 years old. The 6 drivers in the Mini X30 class, 9, 10 and 11 years old. He's on the Paralin kart, and he's well, he's trying his best to help his dad out there to lift his kart off the trolley, but getting help there from Sergio Ruiz's dad to get that down. And even though we are at the very top level of world karting here, there is still time for camaraderie and sportsmanship, which at this age is more important than ever. It's important at any level, at any age group, but for these youngsters, their rivals on the track are their mates playing football in between races. Most of them, anyway. There's the number 922 kart going through your picture. That is Sweden's Kasper Jansson. There is young Kasper. His brother is in the junior class, and we'll see the elder of the Jansson siblings a little bit later on. Rasmus is the elder brother. And there is Kasper. Now, Kasper is on the Falcon chassis, which I have to say is a chassis brand that I am not too familiar with, although I'm sure that it's a very fine piece of karting craftsmanship, which is why Kasper is using it. And there is Ruiz, number 921, the FA racing driver, that Formula Alonso kart. Fernando Alonso, the double Formula 1 world champion, lending his name to a chassis brand. And for those of you that aren't up to speed, there are many different chassis manufacturers. Some manufacturers have 3 or 4 different brands of kart that are virtually identical. just a different colour. The Alonso is part of the OTK family of chassis, which also includes the Tony Kart, the Cosmic, the Spirit, and maybe one or two more. There, going through your screen, is the number 923. That is another Alonso kart, but it's run by the AC Motorsport team for Miron Pingasov. And Miron, 10 years old, from Barcelona. Just having a little look. You can see the neck braces that these youngsters wear, because these Mini X30 karts, they're still capable of speeds well over 50 miles an hour. And you'll see drivers with their neck braces on, the kind of hands device to support their necks. And also underneath their race suits, or in some cases over their race suits, you will see they'll have rib protectors, because there's no cushioning or padding. There is Maximus Mayer, now currently residing in Alicante, but born and bred in the UK. He won the opening heat aboard that number 919 Tony Kart chassis that is part of the Marlin Kart team. And keeping a watchful eye over all proceedings there in the white shirt, that is the technical commissioner. He's the head scrutineer. He leads the technical team here. That's Paul Klassen. He's overseeing all the legalities of the karts, and it's his job to make sure that, first of all, everything is safe. That's the lead job of any technical commissioner, to make sure that every kart and driver and all their equipment that heads onto the circuit is fundamentally safe, and then that it is legal and behind the scenes, because what you see on the circuit is just a fraction. It's the end product of an event like this. The white and yellow trailer at the back of your screen there, that is the TV studio, and there is a full outside broadcast unit in there. And they are transmitting the pictures around the world. But of course you don't see in there. All you see is the racing on the circuit. But as you look around the back of the paddock, you'll see buildings, and inside those buildings, that's the fuel, the tyres, all the tooling from the scrutineering team to make sure that everything is as it should be. And these drivers have been here since Thursday. They've done testing, qualifying yesterday, and now the heat racing today. The number 918, that's Felix Heiberg, one of the two Norwegian drivers. Yeah, just our grid marshal there, just saying, actually, you're on the wrong side there, Squire. Move your cart over. But Felix, again, we caught up with Felix in the first race. He was 24 seconds behind. Now, that is not to say that Felix is not as good as the others, but experience. These are all 9 and 10 years old. He may never have been to the circuit before. He may have a different engine, tuner that is, there's lots of reasons. You see a kart that is slower than the rest, it doesn't make the driver any less talented. But for Felix, this may be his first taste of international action. And so he'll be racing against his lap timer. On the steering wheel of all these karts, there are data timers that monitor revs, engine temperature, and if a driver, even at 9 and 10 years old, if a driver sees the engine temperature get too high, he will shut the engine off and retire the race, rather than blow an engine sky high. And you'll not only see the drivers working with one another, trying to push each other along, you'll also see them signalling to one another, saying, right, come on, now let's push, or wait there, don't pass, let's try and catch the leader. But they're also monitoring their revs, their lap times, their engine temperature. And of course, they'll go back to school on Monday morning, and they'll go back to primary school. And it'll be like, oh, what did you do on the weekend? Well, I watched cartoons. Well, I went to Spain and raced at an international kart event. There's an awful lot to think about. So these drivers, it's not just a case of put your right foot down, the go pedal, and steer. It's an awful lot more than that. And in this race, you will see that the slipstream effect. So if you're following a driver in front, the airflow that goes over that kart at 50 miles an hour, it creates an air pocket behind it. And if you can just tuck your kart into that air pocket, your kart will get sucked along just that little bit quicker than if it was all on its own. So the slipstream and the draft is absolutely critical. And that is what the drivers, not in the top two, will be trying to do. They will be trying to just hang with the leader or leaders and just allow the leaders, the quicker karts, to tow themselves around the circuit. Once again, if you want to tweet us to let us know where you're watching this from, it is at RGMMC. The hashtag is RGMMC. There is the Facebook page for the X30 Euro series that you can go and look at. And obviously, keep yourselves glued to your screens back at home or even at another kart circuit where you're racing in your home country this weekend. And in between practice, you just want to have a quick glance at what's going on in sunny Spain. So it'll be pole position number 921, Sergio Ruiz. On the outside of row number 1, number 919, Maximus Meyer. Miron Pinkasov will start the inside of row number 2 in kart 923, and 922, Kasper Jansson from Sweden on the outside of row 2. The two Norwegian drivers, the two Norsemen in the field, Sondre Norheim in kart 916 and Felix Heiberg in kart 918. They round out this mini X30 field. There was 7 drivers. Sadly, the American entry, Ugo Chukwu, did himself a bit of a mischief in a race recently and is out of the seat for the short time, but rest assured he will be back in action very, very soon indeed. The next race due to start at 20 past the hour, which is in 6 minutes' time. And you wonder, well, why are the drivers just sitting there? Well, there is a strict timetable in events like this. Drivers and their mechanics, they know they have to be in a certain place at a certain time. They have to be in the service park 20 minutes beforehand. The service park closes at a certain time, then they have to be onto the dummy grid. They have to leave the dummy grid at a certain time to start the rolling lap. And there, looking on the screen, the most important people, well, maybe not those two in particular, but the boys and girls in orange, the track marshals. Every single motorsport event, whether it's on 2 wheels, on 4 wheels, from your local club karting event to the Formula One World Championship, relies on its marshals. The boys and girls who give up their time, sometimes for no money, but always for very, very little money, to stand, come rain or wind or hail or snow or temperatures like we have today, and to make sure that the drivers on the circuit, the boys and girls, men and women on track, are safe. And without those marshals, there would be no motorsport. So if you are looking at this and thinking, well, I'm not really into kind of driving a kart or a car, but I want to be involved, go and look up your local race circuit, your local motorsport authority. In the UK, it's the Motorsport Association. In Spain, it's the Spanish ASN. And how to become a marshal, how to be a marshal and help racing around the world. And the marshals, the most important people of all. Well, a few minutes to go. There is the grid marshal with a very shrill whistle, and I have been unfortunate enough to be standing quite close to Mario when he has blown his whistle. And yes, I can tell you all, ladies and gentlemen, that it works. There we go. 3 minutes. Mechanics now leave the grid. Drivers alone with their thoughts. 7 laps around this 1,428 meter circuit. And the dads and mechanics are ushered into their standing area. And now it is simply a case the drivers to focus, to concentrate. They will have been told this is what you should do. Doesn't always quite work out like that, but they will all have a plan. They will all have an idea of what they want to do. When those lights go green at the end of 2 rolling laps, where they want to put their kart for the first corner. And if that doesn't happen, what's plan B? There is a view of the start-finish straight, which you can see straight for a little bit, then it starts curving right towards turn number 1, and we wait and watch. Now, for those of you who didn't tune in earlier, if you see some smoke behind us, well, that is simply a case of local farmers burning the oranges that sadly did not ripen during a rather harsh winter here in the eastern coast of Spain, about 4 hours south of the capital city Barcelona and 4 hours east of Madrid. We are 30 kilometers from the port city of Valencia, in and around the orange groves of the Valencian province, just outside the little village of Chiva. And what is a glorious day. You can see in the background 1 or 2 people daring to put shorts on. I have to say, whilst it is very cold in the mornings, and as soon as the sun sets in the evening, it gets even colder. But when the sun is out, it's absolutely glorious. And it's good to see that there are more and more people joining the Twitter feed. I think that may be Susanna Meyer, possibly a relation of Max Meyer, following the Twitter feed. Well, there is Maximus heading out in kart number 919. 6 drivers led by number 921, Sergio Ruiz. And once again, Sergio Ruiz just a little bit slow off the dummy grid, but fear not, he will now make his way into position. Meyer there, 919, that green and white Tony kart, the kart just behind him with a plain white nose cone. That is the 918 kart of Felix Heiberg. Now, of course, they're not in grid order now, but over the course of the next lap and a half, they will get into their grid positions for what will be a 7-lap race around this 13-turn Lucas Guerrero circuit. 6 right-handers, 5 left-handers. They're coming into one of those lefts now at turn number 9. Then the turn 3 left-right flick, and then the turn 13 chicane. We've seen action aplenty there already. That right-left-right corner. This is the back straight in these Mini X30 karts. Well over 50 miles an hour. Hard on the brakes then through turn 13. As the karts now begin to slow down, you can see Meyer already easing back to allow everybody to catch up. They will get into their formation very shortly. And here it is now 20 past 12 local time. So the sun is high in the sky. This is about as warm as it's going to get. So over 20 degrees. Sun beating down. Not a cloud above us. Plenty of action on the circuit. So Ruiz in kart 921. Meyer in kart 919 on row 1. Then it is Miron Pingasov in that red and white AC Motorsport number 923 kart And on the outside of the second row, Kasper Janssen in cart 922. Then the two Norwegian drivers, Sondre Norheim in cart 916, and with the white nose cone, Felix Heiberg in cart number 918. Down the back straight they come. Hopefully, this time around we'll get a good, clean start. Through turn 13 we go, into the tram lines. Ruiz has the field at his disposal. Lights are green. We are racing once again here at Valencia. It's a good start from the poleman Ruiz. Into turn number 1. Pingasov grabs second. Meyer slips back to third. Then it is Janssen, Norheim and Heiberg. Down towards turn number 3. Change for fourth place as Janssen goes past the fast starting Norwegian Norheim into P number 4. But it's Ruiz through turn number 6 now, with Pingasov and Meyer right behind him. There's Felix Heiberg going through in cart number 918. Can he hang on to the other drivers for as long as possible just to stay in their slipstream? But up front, change of the lead for the first time. Miron Pingasov moves into P1. And in the first race, the first 7-lap heat race, we had a numerous amount of lead changes between the 3 Spanish drivers in the field. The top 3 drivers on track now, all Spanish, all local knowledge, proving to be very effective indeed. But Kasper Janssen, as he did in the first race on that very unique Falcon chassis, is sitting there watching them and letting the 3 Spanish do the work as we go 3 wide into turn number 1. Ruiz to the inside, Meyer in the middle, Pingasov gets shuffled wide, and Pingasov goes from first back to fourth place as Janssen takes advantage to move into P2. Through turn number 3 they go now. And as you can see, Janssen just using the fact that he had 3 carts in front of him, all creating a hole in the air, as it were, and he picked his spot to go from fourth to second. And now the young Swedish driver from Uppsala has the race leader, Sergio Ruiz, just in front of him. Ruiz, you can see coming through turn number 11. Now onto the back straight, you'll see Ruiz sitting forward in the cart. They hunch forward behind the steering wheel, behind the NASA panel, to create maximum aerodynamic efficiency. And if you think that it's not possible in a kart, well, think again, because it is. Even if it's only 100th of a second, even if it's only 1/10 of a mile an hour, it matters to these drivers as Janssen takes the lead. But for how long? The door is open and Meyer goes through. So Meyer just dives to the inside in cart 919 to pass Kasper Janssen. Ruiz goes from first to third. Pingasov is there in fourth. And look at Sondre Norheim, the 9-year-old, in cart 916 at the back of this group as Ruiz now takes second place. Norheim hanging on. And as long as the 4 drivers in front of him continue to chop and change positions, Norheim will be able to hang on. It's when they go single file. Oh, and a problem there. Pingasov and Janssen come together. They lock wheels going into turn number 9. Now Pingasov skittles across the gravel trap and rejoins. Janssen's cart, though, is beached. And that was a simple case of Pingasov going for the move. They lock wheels and both end up out. Well, one of them's out of the race. One of them is out of a chance of victory. Meyer and Ruiz now nose to tail. It's a head-to-head duel as we start lap number 4. Sondre Norheim in third place. But that incident has created a big gap. It's allowed the 2 leaders to escape. And Norheim, without the aid of the toe, unless Ruiz and Meyer really start going for it hammer and tongs, Norheim will not be able to keep pace with them. Or will he? I doubt it. Behind them, Pingasov has recovered into fourth place, but is nearly 10 seconds off the race lead. Heiberg is there in fifth. And I'm looking through. Kasper Janssen did not get out of that gravel trap. You can see his cart there at the side of the circuit as we go through turn number 10 on lap number 4. So Janssen out of the race. And it's a straight fight now between the 2 front row starters. Sergio Ruiz in second place, the poleman. Max Meyer, the race 1 winner, continues to lead through turn number 13. And you can see that Ruiz has not battled with Meyer. Ruiz is trying to push Meyer away. The gap between them and the top 2 has grown by half a second. on that lap. So when the two leaders work together, they are much quicker than Norheim on his own. When they start battling, and I'm sure they will, then that 2-second gap back to Norheim will come down very, very quickly indeed. We're on lap 5 out of 7. Through turn number 7 we go. Now heading away from the commentary position, down the infield straight, over to the far, far end of the circuit, down at turn number 9. That was the flash point earlier on. Now through turn 10. They pick up the speed from this point onwards. Turn 11, it keeps going and going and going. They pass through the second timing sector. Flat out now, onto the back straight. Ruiz in the slipstream of the race leader. You can see how much Ruiz closes in on Mayer as they go down the straight. That's not extra power. That's just the slipstream effect. But Ruiz chooses not to make a move just yet. Will he jink to the inside going into turn number 1? No. And on that lap, the top two gained 1.1 seconds on the third place driver, Sondre Norheim. The gap is out to 3.2. And as we get towards the closing stages, watch for Sergio Ruiz in kart number 921. Watch for him to look over his shoulder. Very shortly, he'll see that Sondre Norheim is a long way back, and then he'll think to himself, okay, I can attack now. Don't mind if I slow him and the leader down, and myself and the leader down, because Norheim is not close enough to make a move. But, of course, to do that, he has to be in Mayer's slipstream, and at the moment, he's not quite there. He does pick up a good draft down the back straight. There's Norheim in the back of the screen. Through turn number 13 they go. Onto the start-finish straight. Now Mayer begins to defend. So, the defence is on. Mayer hugs the inside line as they begin their final lap. Ruiz will now try and undercut Maximus Mayer coming out of turn number 1 into turn number 2, but Mayer has the inside line. He once again dives to the inside at turn number 3. They're 4 seconds up on Norheim in third. So Mayer can afford to just hang on to the inside line through turns number 5 and 6. Now out towards turn number 7. Picking the speed up all the way through the infield straight. And Mayer looks over his shoulder. He'll position his kart so that, oh no, Ruiz sells in the dummy. Ruiz sells in the dummy, dives to the inside. Now can Mayer undercut him coming out through turn number 10. On to the back straight they come. You can watch Ruiz now. He'll dive to the inside. He'll force Mayer to go wide on the outside line. If Mayer wants this race, he's going to have to go round the outside. He's trying it. 1 corner to go. Ruiz hugs the inside. Mayer's going to get a good run. Is it going to be good enough? The checkered flag is waiting, and Ruiz hangs on by inches over Mayer to take that one. Norheim comes home in third place, and fourth will be Miron Pingasov from Spain, with Felix Heiberg taking 5th position. But Ruiz returns the favour to Mayer, who pipped him in race number 1. And Ruiz takes the win in race number 2. Mayer almost got a run on him coming to the checkered flag, but couldn't quite make the move stick. And poor old Casper Janssen, watching the final few laps of that race from the Marshall post, thinking, I could have been up there. But Sergio Ruiz, a very merry young man. After that one, Maximus Mayer, well, a win and a second for Max. That is not a bad return on his first 2 heat races. As they return back to Parc Fermé to go through the scrutineering checks. And it just goes to show that in some of the races we've had 7, 8, 9, 10 karts all battling for the win. Well, that's just to show you that 2 drivers, a head-to-head battle can be just as exciting and as close. The winning margin, 0.08 of a second. And there is Casper Janssen, who He's looking there, and well, he looks like a skittler who's dropped his pint of cider. The poor young man. Well, the good news is that he's got one more heat race to go this afternoon to try and regain those lost heat points ahead of tomorrow's final and pre-final. The marshalling team here, they're scooping up some of the gravel that was kicked onto the track before the next race. The next race will be the second heat for the Junior X30 class. So 17 drivers set to start this one. And of course, Ruben Moya Lopez from Spain, the Teo Martin Jr. team driver, won an extremely close and exciting opening race this morning. There goes Casper Janssen. There you go, Casper. You got a free ride on the back of the breakdown truck. Don't forget to keep your foot on the brakes, lad. Marshall gives him a thumbs up. Not quite sure if Casper is in the mood to return the favour, but he heads back. And there is the scene now down the dummy grid. Well, we shall see if Jenny Wade can get an interview with young Mr. Ruiz. Not quite sure how good his command of the English language is, but we shall see. There on screen, the number 32 cart, Isidro Callejas, who will start on the outside of row number 1, alongside the poleman and race 1 winner, number 23, Ruben Moya Lopez. So again, the Spanish drivers to the fore here in Valencia. We've got 6 minutes before the start of the next race. Watch for Dan Traeger, the number 24 driver. Daniel Traeger, the only Danish driver in the field. He's on the Energy Course chassis. He came from 17th and finished 4th in the first race. Now, of course, I don't have the post-penalty results, but on the track he finished 4th anyway. So before people start tweeting in saying, "Oh, he got a 10-second penalty. He didn't finish there. He finished down the order," I'm simply going on what I see on the track. Later on, when I get the full set of results, I will make all my necessary apologies. There goes the recovery vehicle. I think whoever, when the people arrive here at the Lucas Guerrero circuit, it's kind of one of those things, right? Who's been a good boy this week? You get to drive the recovery vehicle. And the recovery quad driven at speeds potentially not allowed on a public highway, but this, of course, is a race circuit, and it's the driver's job to now get back into position before the time of the next race. And so there is an image of the Cautodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, the building with the black stripe around it. That is the cafeteria, and on top of that there is a viewing gantry where lots of families and spectators and team managers gather to watch the racing. In the building next to it, the second story with the glass front, that is the commentary position where I am broadcasting from, and also the timekeeping building where our timekeepers and timing partners here at RGMMC Apex Timing continue to provide the best live timing solutions and screens in kart racing. And a few more people tweeting in, all the way from Royal Oak in Michigan, which is nice. And here is Jenny Wade with a rather happy-looking Sergio Ruiz.
Sergio, some really good racing, very, very close, right to the finish line, the checkered flag. Tell us, how was the race for you?
It was good, and I want to finish in the race.
in the final in the first position.
Of course, you managed to come across the line, very, very close finish. Do you think you're going to win the next heat race as well?
I think that I can win the next race.
Okay, we think you can, but I think also the other minis also want to win, don't they?
Yes.
Okay, congratulations, great racing. Keep up the good work, and we'll see how you go in the next race.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Sergio. It's quite daunting, you know. English, obviously, not his first language. The young Spaniard, and then to have to speak on camera, knowing that any number of people around the world are watching, is daunting at the best of times. Well done. So here we are, a few minutes away. The grid settling down. Number 32, that is Isidro Callejas, the driver from the Uno Matricula karting team on the Alonso chassis. There goes Jenny, just giving Sergio Ruiz. He's got his race suit caught on the fence there, but he's away. Back to his kart. Pole position, Ruben Moya Lopez, kart number 23. On the outside of the row 1, it is Isidro Callejas. On row number 2, there he is, number 18, the Kids to Win team driver Mari Boya from Spain. Mari is 12 years old from Les, and this is his favourite track. He's a double Spanish mini champion. Victor Pardo in kart number 20. You can see the front of that green and white Marlin kart entry. He starts on the outside of row number 2, another Spaniard. And then the first of the British drivers, starting 5th for Fusion Motorsport in kart number 28, Scotland's Angus Moolsdale, driver from Glasgow. And in spare time, Angus enjoys a bit of software programming. On the outside of row 3, alongside Angus, another Spaniard, number 31, Hugo Belda. Now, Hugo had a bit of a poor run in the first heat. Don't think he finished the first heat, so he needs good points. Then it's the number 25 kart of Alexander Walker. And the French drivers, Enzo Juli in kart number 19. He will start on the 4th row of the grid. There goes the signal to start engines. 17 drivers head out from underneath the commentary position. And it is Moya Lopez on pole, followed by Callejas. Then it's Mari Boya and Victor Pardo. There's the driver we were talking about earlier, Daniel Traeger, number 24, right at the back. He had his fastest laps disallowed in qualifying on the Energy Course kart. The driver from Roskilde in Denmark, the 13-year-old. He's a protege of Jan and Kevin Magnussen. Oh, and a problem there. Mari Boya not off the grid. So the driver set to start 3rd in the number 18 kart, Mari Boya. His kart hasn't fired. Now they've got 2 rolling laps before we get to the start of this 7-lap heat race. And can they get Boya out? Well, while the TV cameras understandably watch the action on the circuit, I'll keep an eye out of the commentary box window to see if Mari Boya's number 18 kart rumbles past underneath me. If so, that will be a huge blow, and it will promote Victor Pardo up into 3rd on the grid. Now they'll start their 2nd rolling lap. Now we will see them, and there goes Boya. So, Mari Boya does join the circuit. Can he now catch, as you can see, Ruben Moya Lopez looking over his shoulders to see where his rival is. Now, Ruben does have to slow everybody down. There goes Traeger through the shot, and here is Mari Boya. Now Boya is going hell for leather to try and catch up with them, and Lopez at the front. He's going to start slowing them down pretty soon. Isidro Callejas is next. There is Traeger, and alongside Traeger at the back on that red and white Birol kart, that is Francesco Moreno Garcia from Spain. Rasmus Janssen from Sweden and Axel Noss from France just in front of them. Then it's Delano Vanterhoff and Josh Rattican Ayrton Fontecchia and Peruvian driver number 8, Mateus Zagazeta. Just outside the top 8 on the grid. Well, Boyer, he's kind of joined in the middle of the pack. Now, lights are out. Off we go. So Boyer did not take his place at the start. And race 1 winner, Ruben Loya Lopez, takes the lead. Good start from Angus Moolsdale. There with the St Andrew's Cross on the top of his crash helmet. He moves into P2 with that bright white and pink Fusion Motorsport kart. So Moolsdale, who was started 5th, then actually moved up to 3rd with Boyer not on the grid. We'll catch up with Matty Boyer. There's the number 17 kart going through. That is Delano Vanterhoff, the Dutchman from Dordrecht in the CRG kart. But up at the front, it is the poleman, Ruben Moya Lopez for the Teo Martin Jr. team leading. Matty Boyer looks like he's in mid-pack in about 8th or 9th place. Down the back straight they plunge into turn number 12. Now hard on the brakes for turn 13. And looking down there goes Boyer, that turquoise blue colour number 18 kart in exactly 8th place. Change for 3rd. There goes Isidro Callejas, passing Alex Walker. Walker in the number 25 Dan Holland racing kart made a good start. Now he slips back to 4th place. Moolsdale chasing down Ruben Moya. These two, the two most experienced drivers in this championship in the field. They both finished in the top 11 of last year's championship. Moolsdale and Moya Lopez. And Moya Lopez in that number 23 kart, the Valencian champion last year, has the lead. Now Moolsdale positioned himself well in the first heat, but then got muscled out of a top finishing position in the final few frantic scrambling laps that they were. As we complete lap number 2, will Moolsdale make his move? There's Traeger, you can see with the blue nose cone on. He's already passed 4 or 5 karts as Callejas now joins the front of the grid, and so Moya doing what he did in the first race, slowing everybody down, defending earlier than one might expect, because he knows that if there's a huge gaggle of drivers behind him, it's easier, believe it or not, it's easier to defend, because if you can just block the guy in 2nd place, then he comes under pressure from the guy in 3rd, and as they're battling, you can skittle away at the front. Well, it worked for him in race number 1. Can it work for him again in race number 2? Moya comes out of turn number 10. Now there's the signalling from Callejas, telling Alex Walker and Hector Belder, and Hugo Belder rather, to come on, push me, don't battle with me, push me. Can't let them get away. Well, Boyer obviously didn't get the message because he has started challenging, and there's the change for the lead. Angus Moolsdale moves into top spot. So Moolsdale has the race lead for the first time in the number 28 Fusion Motorsport kart. Moya slips to 2nd. Callejas right there in 3rd in that silver and blue, very attractive liveried Uno Matricula K-Team kart. The number 32. These 3 have got 10 kart lengths now in hand over Boyer. So Matty Boyer, you can see the red mist has obviously descended. He has got into 4th place ahead of Victor Pardo, and then Hugo Belder in 6th. Behind them is Alex Walker in 7th, and Walker has got, that is the number 15 card of Ayrton Fontecchia on the CRG right behind him. And Fontecchia, he's got Oriol Dalmau Cabaye on the spanners this week, world champion class kart racer in his own right. There's another battle. And that is Callejas taking the lead for the first time. So Callejas using the slipstream, and he gets the lead for the first time. Moya Lopez slots into 2nd place, and Matty Boyer with a bit of clean track in front of him, setting the fastest lap of the race, and has closed the gap down. He's brought Victor Pardo in kart number 20 and Hugo Belder with him. So we've got a 6-kart train as Moolsdale puts Moya Lopez back to 3rd. 5 Spaniards and a Scotsman. It's as it was in race number 1. So Angus Moolsdale needs to sharpen his elbows because he's got to Battle on his hands now. We're on lap 5 out of 7 behind the top 6. A good drive from Fontecchia up into 7th place. Josh Ratican runs 8th, and Callejas having to defend. He's hugging the inside line as we start lap 6 out of 7. Next time by, it'll be the final lap. Moolsdale doesn't want to get muscled out like he did in the first heat. Another new fastest lap for Boyer. 58.075 as Moya Lopez up the inside of Moolsdale. He's going to squeeze Moolsdale out. How many positions is Angus going to lose? He's lost one. Oh, and he slices across the nose cone of Mary Boyer going through turn number 8. And that has cost Boyer a little bit of momentum. But now Callejas has a 10-kart length advantage. Watch Ruben Moya Lopez now signal to Angus Moolsdale as they head down the straight. He looks over his shoulder. He says, come on, push me. We've still got over a lap to catch this guy. Into turn number 13. Moolsdale is complying. Callejas defends. Well, Callejas doesn't need to defend. You saw him sweep to the inside line. Then he looked over his shoulder, realised that there was no one directly behind him to move back onto his normal racing line. They're in the final lap. Moolsdale is now going to attack Moya Lopez for second. Is this going to give Callejas a chance to break clear and take the win? Pardo is up into 4th. Boyer down to 5th. Then it is Belder in 6th position. Behind Belder, Fontecchia and Ratican, Walker and Zagazeta round out the top 10. Oh, Moolsdale pushing Moya Lopez into turn number 10. Moolsdale's going to be forced offline. There goes Victor Pardo into P3. And Victor Pardo taking advantage of the fact that Moolsdale just couldn't quite make that move stick. And look at the lead that Isidro Callejas has. Number 32. Isidro will come across the line, hand in the air. He's won the second heat here at Valencia in Junior X30. Moya Lopez finishes second. Pardo takes third. Moolsdale hangs on to 4th place, just in front of Mary Boyer. In fact, identical times between Moolsdale, Boyer and Hector Belder. They cross the line 3 abreast. Then it is Fontecchia in 7th. Ayrton Fontecchia finishing 7th, and that is 6 Spanish drivers in the top 7. Then Josh Ratican and Alex Walker for Great Britain, 8th and 9th. The first non-Spaniard or British driver was actually Peru's Mateus Zagazeta in 10th place. Then it was Alexander Bardas. He's racing under Italian flag, but he's actually from Poland. He finishes 11th. Didn't mention Alexander with all the action going on at the front. Axel Noss for France finishes 12th. Then it is Enzo Juli for France in 13th place. Rasmus Janssen finishes in 15th for Sweden, 14th for Sweden. Then Delano Vanterhoff from the Netherlands, Francisco Moreno Garcia from Spain, and Daniel Traeger. Well, we saw Dan Traeger making good progress. Obviously, off camera, he had an issue somewhere. Looking at his best lap of 58.7, that would put him right just on the cusp of the top 10, but obviously a problem, and he finishes down in 17th place. Well, Isidro Callejas, who thought for a time that he'd got pole position yesterday after qualifying and was pretty shocked even himself, well, he's now got himself a race win under his belt. And Isidro, he's only 12, so he's one of the youngest drivers in this class. The driver from Zaragoza. No, sorry, he's from Cordoba, and he's a keen football player in his spare time. And having watched his pole position interview yesterday when he thought he may have won pole, I know that he does have a decent command of the English tongue, and so Jenny Wade will make sure she goes and grabs him, gives him an interview, and that is the second junior heat out of the way. 2 more races to go before the lunch break here in Valencia. And they are for the senior drivers, so 42 drivers. Well, the grid can only take 34, so they've been split into 2 groups. One group with 20, one group with 22. We should have 21 drivers in this next race. Jordan Brown Nutley, Englishman, won one of the first 2 races, and from France, it was Arnaud Malizia who won the second heat. And it'll be the two winners so far going head to head in this next race, which is due to start, race number 7 on your timetable. That is due to start at 1 o'clock in 8 minutes' time. But I think before then, we are going to hear from Isidro Callejas. And we have to look forward to Brown Nutley versus Malizia on the front row of the grid for race number 7, with Jensen Butterfield and Milan Petelet on row number 2. Don't forget to keep tweeting us at RGMMC. Look at the Facebook page, which is the X30 Euro Series Facebook page. Got the Twitter feed up, and if you tweet us in to say where you're watching from. But before we get to that, there's Jenny and Isidro. Hello.
Hello. What a race.
Yes. It was a beautiful race. Why? Because all the group is close to the
In the curb.
in the corner, but I hestion and I win the race.
Yes. And it was not so easy though, was it? Every lap, maybe a different leader, but you got away.
Yes, I can go away because I have more rhythm.
And what about the next race? You've got any plans? Should you make any different strategy?
I don't know because the race is different.
Yes, it will be different. So now you can have some lunch.
Yes.
And then we'll see you in the next race this afternoon, and we'll see if you can make pole position.
I hope so.
Thank you very much, Isidro.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Isidro, and nothing like a race win to boost your command of the English language. See a very happy young man there who has entered this race. Obviously, he's a very talented driver, but the beauty of the Winter Cup is a one-off event. It's the start of the season, so while a lot of the karting world is shivering its way through hail and rain and potentially even snow, then you can come here and glorious skies, warm temperatures, and just try. Check it out. See what it's like. If you don't like it, you haven't committed to a whole championship. And for the drivers that race nationally but not internationally, this is a perfect opportunity to come and try something at their home track, just like Isidro. And there on screen now is, well, the Trefle Racing kart of Arnaud Malizia. Starting on the outside of row number 1, it's got the Irish shamrock all over its kart. Well, he didn't need much luck in the first race. He was quick enough without the shamrock, just chatting away there with his countryman Milan Petelet, the Praga driver. There is Jordan Brown Nutley, chatting away with Mr. Carter, his mechanic. And of course, one of those two, potentially both of those two, could lose their undefeated record in this next race. It's Brown Nutley for Dan Holland Racing in kart number 244, starting from pole position. Then the Sodi kart, Arnaud Malizia 237 on the outside of row number 1. Jensen Butterfield in kart number 255 will start from third place. You see Jensen there standing against the railings in the green and white race suit, giving the camera a wave. He's the oldest senior driver in the field at 74 years old. That's what happens when you don't fill in your commentary sheet, Jensen. And he's actually in his first race as a senior. He was a mini driver last year, but he did very well in his first race outing as a senior earlier on. Milan Petelet from France, a junior last year, his first year as a senior as well. The driver, the 14-year-old from Clermont-Ferrand. Well, it's now a Michelin test track, but Clermont-Ferrand, a former home of the French Grand Prix back in the late 60s and early 1970s. It's actually the circuit where Red Bull boss Helmut Marko lost his eye in the 1972 French Grand Prix. Took a stone to his iris. Just in case you didn't know that. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am an anorak, and I know these things. Brett Ward. Well, I know Brett's Nan Maureen is watching back home in Hayes. And last year's championship runner-up, the number 202 kart, former Vice World Junior Rotax champion as well, Brett Ward. He is there in the Mach 1 kart, the German-built Mach 1 for MLC Motorsport, Lee Murray's team. And he starts 5th. Then Quique Bordas in kart number 245, the Spaniard. Just sitting all alone with his thoughts. 254 rather, Quique Bordas, the 14-year-old from La Roca del Valles. And he plays handball and started karting when he was 4 years old. So he's only 14, but he's been karting for 10 years. Then on row number 3, Mark Kimber in kart 248, just settling himself down, the 2016 Junior Rotax World Champion for Strawberry Racing. And alongside Kimber, Josh Skelton, the driver of number 236 for Coles Racing from Dereham in Cumbria, a beautiful region of the UK, the Lake District region. Then it's an all-Spanish 5th row, number 228, Manuel Galofre Toñe in kart 228. There he is in the Alonso kart, and Carlos Saval in kart number 239. It's a Frenchman on the inside of row number 6, Valentin Aguillon in kart 253, and then Austria's Nicolas Scholl, who went from outside the top 10 up to P2 in the first heat, the Strawberry Racing driver of kart 225. The only lady here racing this weekend, number 220, Belen Garcia, starts from 13th on the grid alongside Oscar Palomo in kart number 246. Oscar, the EKR kart racing driver on the Paralympic kart, 14 years old from Madrid, finished 4th in the 2016 championship as a junior. Tom Croydon, the driver who lists Landau International Raceway as his favourite all-time karting venue, and who single-handedly saved the world along with his truck driver Mike Adams on Thursday here. I'm sure Tom will let everybody know on his Facebook page exactly what happened, along with videos. We should say that the Coles Racing truck gained a couple of uninvited guests on the way to the circuit, and the uninvited guests were under the mistaken impression that because the truck had a British license plate that it was heading for the UK, not 3,000 kilometres south in Spain, and they were somewhat surprised to get out of the truck, to be greeted not only by a couple of rather surprised members of the Coles Racing team and the RGMMC organisers, but also the Garda as well. Now, we have had a problem on the rolling lap, and it's a pretty major problem, and it's a pretty major problem involving our pole sitter and also a couple of others. Well, Arnold Malizia has somehow got himself involved with a couple of other drivers, and we have got a problem there. That's Nicolas Scholl, who is out of his cart, and Nicolas Scholl holding one of his arms. There's a third cart off the circuit as well. I'm trying to see who that might be. That may be Oscar Palomo. Well, there's been a collision on the rolling lap, and Arnold Malizia, who won the second heat race, has gone around, and his rear bumper is hanging off, and I think he's pulled in. So the driver that's due to start second is out. Nicolas Scholl is also out, the driver that finished second in Heat 2 earlier on. And Just getting a number check on that third car. I'm pretty sure it's the number 246 of Oscar Palomo. So whilst they were trying to slow each other down and get into their positions, there's been a collision. And the net result is that Milan Petele is now on the outside of the front row in that black nose cone. Jordan Brown-Nutley has the field at his disposal. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Brown-Nutley leads from Butterfield into turn number 1. A somewhat depleted field. Head down towards turn number 3. 21 karts due to start. We're down to 18. And it's Brown-Nutley, Butterfield, and that is Brett Ward in third place in that MLC Motorsport number 202 kart. Ward third, then Petele in fourth. Make that Petele in third as he makes the move on Brett Ward. Behind them, Mark Kimber in the number 248 Strawberry Racing kart, and then the number 228 kart of Manuel Galofre, the Spaniard. Now, Brett Ward already beginning to defend fourth place. The leaders come through turn number 13 on lap number 1. Petele trying to pull away from Ward, and Ward looks like he's struggling in the opening stages. You can see dropping away from Petele, understeering through the first turn there. Brett Ward not able to hold on to the apex, and he's under a lot of pressure because Kimber now wants to come through. Kimber makes the move, and that is also the Spaniard Saval and Galofre also passing Brett Ward. So not a good start for Brett Ward after making a few places on the opening lap. He's now gone backwards, and I'm looking down. Yes, it was Palomo who was the third driver caught out on the opening lap. Well, terrible luck there for Arnaud Malizia. I didn't see what happened. It was obviously something on the infield straight before turn number 9. There was a 3-kart collision as people were trying to either warm their tyres or get into the correct starting position. Coming out of turn number 12 there, the back of the pack, that's number 313. That is Niels Coolen, the Sichting Signmind Racing driver. Again, just his second full year of kart racing. But it's Brown-Nutley leading the way in kart 244. Then it's Jensen Butterfield. Then Petele. So Milan Petele, who had a poor opening race. Well, it wasn't poor. It was he was forced onto the grass heading towards turn 3 on lap number 1 and had to recover. I think he recovered just inside the top 10. But now he has got to try and take advantage of the fact that one or two of his rivals up near the front have gone. And he finds himself in third place with a gap behind him. So a gap back to Kimber. 1.2 seconds and a change to lead. Butterfield slices up the inside of Brown-Nutley going into turn number 13. That brings Petele right into play. Brown-Nutley tries to come straight back at Butterfield but can't. Petele playing a watching role there, and look at how much Kimber has closed in. So coming out of turn number 3, Mark Kimber is about to enter your screen now. There he is in the second green and white Tony kart, number 248. He was 1 second behind the top 3 at the start of this lap. But because Brown-Nutley and Butterfield have been defending, he's caught right up. There goes Brown-Nutley again into turn number 9. Oh, and Petele thought about following him through, but couldn't. And Petele had to slam on the anchors, slid into the side of Butterfield, slowed himself down, and it's cost him third place. Kimber now into P3. Petele back to fourth. Then it is the number 228, that blue, yellow, and red Alonso kart of Manuel Galofre Tournier, the Spaniard, in fifth place. Then a gap back to Brett Ward in sixth, and Ward still defending. The 202 kart, every time you look at him on the screen, he's actually looking behind him to try and defend. As Nicholas Scholl heads off towards the medical station to get what I assume would be a tweaked wrist seen to. And Petele has got back ahead. So Petele passing Kimber, and that really spoilt Kimber's momentum. That was coming out of turn number 3. Petele making a decisive move. It gives him back third place. It's allowed Brown-Nutley and Butterfield to escape, But what it has done, it's dropped Kimber back to 5th. And look at that queue of carts now lining up behind Milan Petele in cart number 238. That's the cart with the plain black nose cone on the front of it, leading that group. And there's 7, 8, 9, 10 drivers all just biding their time and itching for an opportunity to strike when possible as they complete lap number 5. It is Galofre in cart 228. He is in 4th place. Then it is Kimber in 5th. Ward in 6th. Followed by Kike Bordas in cart 254. Running in 7th place. Behind Bordas is Christopher Saval. Carlos Saval in cart number 239. Then it's Josh Skelton for the Coles Racing team in 9th place. And number 220, the young lady for the NM team. That is Belen Garcia. She runs in 10th place. Then it is Aguillon, the Frenchman. Shane White is 12th. Number 232 is Alejandro Martinez is 13th. Then Tom Croydon 14th. Niels Coolen 15th. Lewis Kent in 16th. Jack Deakin is 17th. And Matthew Luton is 18th. So the 18 drivers that made it to the start are all still running, led by that driver, number 244, the Dan Holland Racing Alonso kart of Jordan Brown Nutley. Behind him, that's Brett Ward having to defend again as Galofre relieves Petele of 3rd position. Brett Ward having to make that Mach 1 kart about as wide as a double-decker bus as he hangs on for 6th place, and that is a sign when a driver of Brett Ward's experience is defending early on. You know that he's not particularly happy with the setup of his kart or the way his kart is coping with the conditions. And Galofre Tornia is now the quickest man on track, 57.77 seconds. He's up into 3rd place. We're on lap 7 out of 10, and he has got just under a second and a half to catch the 2 leaders. Brown, Nutley and Butterfield, the 2 Englishmen, lead this race. Through turn number 12 they go. Into turn 13 now. Behind them, you can see Galofre has got Petele and Kimber for company. Then there's a gap. Brett Ward has lost 6th place. And Brett's a mechanic just going, easy boy, calm down. But Brett's thinking, I'd love to calm down if only I could turn my go-kart into the corners like I wanted to. Then I wouldn't have to defend so much. Brett's a bit busy at the moment. He's 8th place, behind Josh Skelton, behind Kike Bordas. But it's the top 2. Then a chasing group of 3. Into turn number 9. Butterfield. He won't make a challenge just yet. There goes Brett Ward again, back past Josh Skelton. He's having a busy old race. Butterfield sets the fastest lap. Now he's going to push Brown Nutley along where possible. Galofre in 3rd, all on his own. Potential to change for 4th place. Yes, Kimber has taken it from Petele. Then Kike Bordas in 6th. Here are the leaders into turn number 1. Starting lap number 9. Still Jordan Brown Nutley hanging on to top spot. He flicks the kart left, right, staying off that curb, coming out of turn number 3. Now into the 4, 5, 6 complex. Very tight. Hard right, then a hard left. Now picking up the speed through turn 7. Letting the kart just use the opening of the circuit. Not to turn the wheel too much, all the way down that infield straight. Again, hard on the brakes for turn number 9. The driver behind you has got an advantage. He's got the slipstream. Now, out of turn number 10. On to the back straight. Will we see Brown Nutley checks over his shoulder. He defends a little bit into turn number 12. Can Butterfield dive up the inside into turn 13? No, but Butterfield has got a good run as they begin their final lap. We can see Brown Nutley defend. Now Butterfield swings wide. He'll try and cut underneath the race leader coming through turn number 1. He can't quite do it. Now into turn number 3. Brown Nutley doesn't defend. He doesn't want to overshoot the corner. Oh, he has done a little bit. Now he's going to have to hug the inside again through turns 4 and 5. Kimber in 4th has passed Petele and is closing in on Galofre, who is closing in on the 2 leaders. Now Jordan Brown Nutley has to defend again into turn number 9. He tries to force Jensen Butterfield into the dummy. Butterfield's going to try and cut under him coming out of turn 10. Here comes Manuel Galofre. Butterfield's got the inside. Butterfield does make the move. He sold Jordan Brown-Nutley, the dummy. Now, can Brown-Nutley come back at him? He'll swing wide. He'll try and cut underneath. Butterfield coming at the break for turn 13. Oh, Butterfield overshoots the apex. Butterfield overshoots the apex and collects Galofre as Brown-Nutley takes the win. And Jensen Butterfield, he just left his braking too late going into turn number 13. Clattered over the curbs. That unsettled the kart. It spat him across the track into poor old Manuel Galofre and took the pair of them out. And that meant that Jordan Brown-Nutley had an easy run to the flag. Mark Kimber comes home in second place. Milan Petele in third. Fourth was Kike Bordas. And after a non-stop battle from start to finish, Brett Ward comes home with a top 5 finish in 5th position. Skelton is 6th. Jensen Butterfield comes across the line in 7th place. Carlos Saval in 8th. Then Belen Garcia in 9th. Tom Croydon finishes in 10th place. And Paulo Manuel Galofre in 11th position. Valentin Aguillon in 12th, and Shane White in 13th, followed by Alejandro Martinez, Niels Cullen, Lewis Kent, Jack Deakin, and Matthew Luton. And there is the number 222 kart of Lewis Kent coming in. He's coming back to karting after a 2-year layoff. And, oh, what a dramatic end. And you could just see that Brown-Nutley almost just set Butterfield up there, and Butterfield just left his braking far too late. Just jumped over the curbs, tried to control it, but couldn't. And poor old Manuel Galofre was in the wrong place at the wrong time. But we'll try and find out what happened to Arno Malizia, Oscar Palomo, and more importantly, Nicholas Shaw. We saw Nicholas, who was pretty upset there and holding his wrist. So hopefully that is not an injury that will keep him out of the rest of the weekend's racing. And there's Oscar Palomo standing next to his kart. And, well, didn't even get a chance there. Now, obviously, there is a fair amount of damage to that Paralin kart. Out goes the second recovery vehicle. And, of course, Nicholas Scholl is not there to sit in the kart on his way back. So there will obviously be somebody else to sit in that kart as it gets returned back to the paddock. And very shortly, Jen Wade will have caught up with, I imagine, a slightly relieved Jordan Brown-Nutley at the end of that one. And looking down at the grid, because we have one race to go before the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. It is the 4th Senior X30 race that we'll see today. Race number 8 out of 12. And you can see the Mario the Grid Marshal there chatting away with Roland Geidel of RGMMC. And there in the background of your image, driver number 249, Dean McDonald, retired from his opening heat race, needs a good result here to get some decent grid points, because of course not everybody in this race in the senior class will make it to the finals. And Dino, who will be thinking to himself, oh, I've had one bad result, I can't afford two, he'll start alongside the pole man Carlos Leon in this race. Leon in kart 223, McDonald, another Scotsman, in kart 249. On the front row, Axel Charpentier and the returning Joey Van Splunteren. He'll be on row 2. Then Jonathan Brown from Ireland and Jan Bouvier. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing an interview very shortly from Jen Wade. But before then, I'll remind myself, Jan Bouvier in the Techno kart. The only Techno driver here. But we'll talk about that after Jen Wade has talked to Mark Kimber.
Well, Mark, a little bit of an exciting finish there to the race. Maybe you can talk us through, from your perspective, how it looked.
Yeah, we struggled to get to the front a bit, but we were really quick, so I managed to catch up a bit. And then on the last lap, it was a bit of a battle through the last chicane, and ended up coming out second.
Okay, now yesterday you were the fastest in the second session of qualifying. Unfortunately, it dropped you down to about 12, 13 position. Coming into today, you said you're fast. Do you think you can find that little bit extra to win the last heat?
Yeah, I think we got the pace, but obviously after qualifying, having to start from 7th is harder to get through, but yeah, it should be good.
Now, of course, we know you as a junior champion last year in another class. Stepping up to seniors, is there a big difference because you're facing a lot of experience there?
Yeah, obviously there's a lot of good drivers, but I think we got the pace, so looking good.
I think you're looking good too. We're going to let you go have some lunch and we'll see you in the afternoon, heat 3.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mark. And again, he would have had a bird's eye view of that last chicane incident there. But of course, because these, I'm not over-egging the pudding, so to speak, but because these drivers are athletes, if anybody says to you, well, they just sit in a cart and drive around, that's not a proper athlete. Well, you go and follow these young men and women around the place, watch the amount of work they do in the gym, watch their fitness levels, and then try and drive one of these carts, and I will guarantee you that after 3 or 4 laps, number one, your ribs will have cried enough, then your neck will start to go because they do pull some considerable G-forces in these carts, then your hands will start aching because you're gripping the steering wheel so hard and the vibrations, and then you realise, yep, you need to be pretty fit to do this sport. So, one race to go before the lunch break. After the lunch break, we'll have the third round of heats. Once again, thank you for tweeting in at RGMMC. Thank you for letting us know where you're watching the racing from. And we look ahead here on Telemundi Media. For race number 8, pole position, number 223, Carlos Leon. Carlos, 15 years old from Barcelona, started at just 3 years old. He finished third at the international finals at Le Mans as a junior in 2015. Alongside him, the 2012 British cadet champion Dean MacDonald. On row number 2, Axel Charpentier for the EKR team in kart number 247, and the Dutchman Joey van Splunteren in kart number 273. Jonathan Brown on row number 3 in kart number 215, and Jan Bouvier from France on kart 230. There's Bouvier. It's a Techno chassis, and Techno, a company set up in the late 60s by the Pedrozzani brothers from Italy, and they started building karts. Then they decided to build some Formula 3 cars, and then they thought, well, if we build karts, we build Formula 3 cars, let's build a Formula 1 car as well. And so they did. It wasn't very good, but they did. And they raced it, and then when that money ran out, they went, well, let's go back to making karts. Seems to work for us. And they did. And they still do. Jan Bouvier driving one of those karts, number 230. Behind him on the grid, Frank Chapard on a red speed, number 234 from France, and Israel's Edo Cohen, who's just watched his teammate Jordan Brown-Nutley win that last race. Alejandro Lajo Lopez in kart 233 starts from the 5th row alongside Oliver Clark from Kings Lynn, the same Norfolk town that Martin Brundle is from. He drives for the M Sport team, Kieran Crawley's outfit, and last year Oliver Clark was one of the British drivers that represented Team UK in the CIK FIA Academy. Louis Westover for the KSR team in kart number 241 starts on the inside of row number 6 alongside Antoine Percival. Then it is Carlos Dembilo from Spain and João Ferreira from the Mad Croc team from Portugal on the outside of row number 7. Max Barnett, the Anglo-American driver in kart 252, starts 15th alongside Simão Ventura from Portugal in kart number 226. Patrick Kibble, who retired from his opening heat race, the Metro Group driver in kart 214. He'll be looking for a better result from the inside of row number 9, alongside Vincent Massaro, Jacques Johns, Marius Poulsen, and Henry Laws. They are your 21 starters. There's the number 224 kart of Carlos Dembilo, the CRG driver, set to start from the 7th row. But up at the front, Carlos Leon does not have... Oh, and what's the problem there for Dean McDonald? Dean McDonald slowing. Oh, dear. McDonald, hand out of the cart over the radiator, his left-hand side, trying to adjust something. And we have not had a start. The lights are still red. So McDonald, it looked as though when McDonald tried to accelerate, as they came out of the final corner, something broke and McDonald is not up to speed. Poor, oh dear McDonald. Well, I don't know obviously what will happen in the 3rd heat race, but Dean McDonald is busy punching his tickets into the 2nd chance race tomorrow. That will be 2 DNFs, and I can't see, well, he's not up to speed. He's making no attempt to even try and catch the rest of the pack. That's because I don't think he can. Maybe a throttle cable, maybe something has gone wrong. So it looks like we're going to be down to 20 starters, and Joey Van Splunteren in kart number 273. There he is, that very distinctive flame liveried crash helmet. He moves on to the outside of the front row. Now, are we going to get a start this time around? Yes, we do. Oh, but Van Splunteren gets caught napping there. Well, wakey, Joey. I know you've been away for 7 years, but he allowed Carlos Leon then a free run into the first corner. Axel Charpentier is sliding into 2nd place. Now Van Splunteren wakes up and he sends one up the inside there of... I think that may have been Jonathan Brown or maybe even Jan Bouvier going into turn number 3 there to retake 3rd place rather. And Frank Chapard on that red and silver and black liveried red speed kart. He moves into 4th place. But it's Van Splunteren 3rd. Then it's Chapard in the 234 in 4th. The second of those red and black coloured karts, I think, is the EKR kart of Axel Charpentier in kart number 247. In 5th position. Then it looks like Ido Cohen for Dan Holland Racing. And behind Ido Cohen, well, we'll see. There's a whole gaggle of karts coming through there. But at the front, Carlos Leon and Axel Charpentier 1st and 2nd. So it's not Charpentier back in 5th. Splunteren, Van Splunteren in 3rd. Jan Bouvier. It is the techno of Bouvier. Number 230. They're running in 5th position. Then Alejandro Lahore Lopez in 6th position. Ido Cohen there in 235 is 7th, just in front of the pink and purple liveried kart of Louis Westover in kart number 241. Louis, who is driving for the KSR team, the 14-year-old from Colchester, who says this is his favourite track. He's in front of Oliver Clark. Then Jonathan Brown in kart 215. So Brown, the Irishman, has slipped back from 5th of the grid down to 10th. Then it's Carlos Dembilo and the number 216 kart of Antoine Perceval. But Leon continues to lead. Charpentier going with him. So Charpentier, that EKR kart, the EKR team. So obviously that team building their own chassis. Oh, and a change for 3rd. Van Splunteren just gets nudged wide going into the first corner. Well, Frank Chapard and Jan Bouvier, the 2 Frenchmen, making their way past Van Splunteren, and Chapard just showed Van Splunteren a nose, and Van Splunteren, as he was turning in, saw that nose and thought, oh, if I turn in now, there's going to be an incident. So he checked up ever so slightly. It cost him momentum. It got him onto the marbles, the dirty part of the track, and cost him a couple of places. The 2 leaders, though, now pulling away as they head down the back straight. There is Leon, followed by Charpentier. Charpentier, who is racing under a British flag, is most of his family are French, but has spent more time than ever in Spain. And now there goes Bouvier up into P3. It's a shame that there's not a couple of others, because then I could call those immortal lines, it's techno, 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 but I can't possibly do that. That would be just wrong. Van Splunteren in 5th position, under pressure from the number 251 card of Oliver Clark. Clark, that M Sport machine, chasing him down. He's got Westover behind him. Then it is the number 233 card of Alejandro Lajo Lopez, that Uno Matricula K-Team kart. We saw the junior team member Isidro Caneas win earlier on. And the top two, they've got a breakaway. Bouvier and Chapard, the two Frenchmen, have got to kind of work together now. We're on lap number 4 out of 10. There goes Patrick Kibble through your screen. That bright, luminous yellow liveried kart. Just coming out of the final corner now. That's the Metro Group kart of number 214, Patrick Kibble. Behind them, behind Kibble, you've got Henry Laws from the back of the grid in kart 242. Then you've got Max Barnett for the MLC team, and then Jack Johns. So Jack Johns, who I know is, used to be run by Delta Karting, a team that is run by my good friend Dean Thomas. And Dean Thomas and his wife actually have given up karting and they're into their bodybuilding. I think they came second in Mr. and Mrs. Universe or something like that. Not to be messed with or disagreed with, even though they're from Swansea and support Swansea City. It's a trifling issue, but they are watching back home in Swansea. Their former driver Jack Johns up into 17th place rather, and Jack has only been racing for a couple of years. There's Bouvier out of the final corner with Chapard right behind him. The gap to the top two as we move into the second half of this race, 2.3 seconds. It's now grown to 2.4. So Carlos Leon and Axel Charpentier, and it's Charpentier who's really the key to this race. He is allowing Leon to just carry on. Charpentier is probably thinking to himself, well, I could try and make a move, but if I did with 4 laps to go, it's only going to bring loads of other people into the battle. So I'll just pull away. Leon's not holding me up too much, and maybe in the last lap or two, I'll get him all to myself. Behind them, Bouvier, Chapard have been caught by Oliver Clark. Clark, then Lahore Lopez, Brown, Westover, and Edo Cohen are all together. And that's the battle for 3rd place. Here they come down the back straight. As the camera cuts away to the 2 leaders through number 2, turn 13. Soon you're going to see a huge gaggle behind them. Jan Bouvier is still at the head of it with Frank Chapard right behind him. Oliver Clark, though, is in 5th place. In number 251 and closing right in. There goes Clark through your screen. He's now past Chapard into 4th position. Lahore Lopez there, the number 233 kart with that Uno and the Spanish flag or the European flag on the side of that kart. He's the fastest man on the circuit, but now he's got Chapard in front of himself. So Lahore will have to try and find a way past Chapard quickly, or else he'll lose the momentum. And it looks as though he was trying to do that there. And did he make the move? Yes, he did. So Chapard, Frank Chapard, down to 6th position in the red speed kart. And Carlos Leon is pulling away. Carlos Leon, the Formula Alonso Racing driver, head down. And you can see they're not like just nodding for the sake of it. They're just trying to create a better airflow over the top of their NASA panel. And Charpentier, last time around, Charpentier, it was a lap of, well, it was a little bit slower than Carlos Leon. Here's Oliver Clark. Clark to the inside of Bouvier. Moves him aside, going through turn number 6. And so Oliver Clark, who I said earlier, has got to be very careful. Oliver Clark can't attack the curbs because he's one of the lightest drivers. Now, each class has got a weight limit, so the kart and the driver have got to weigh a certain amount. So if you're a lighter driver, you've got to put more lead on your kart. Well, Oliver Clark is carrying nearly 30 kilos of lead, which makes the chassis very, very heavy and puts an awful lot of stress on the chassis. So Clark is learned that he can't hit the curbs because every time you bump a curb in that 251 kart and the jolt of the energy goes through it, he's been going through a fair number of karts this year just because he's got so much lead on it. So he's having to drive very smoothly. He's got a pack of 2, 4, 6, 8 drivers behind him. Louis Westover is trying to now pass Chapard and Bouvier, and Westover is moved up there. And the two Frenchmen, Chapard in the 234 and Bouvier in the 230 cart, are beginning to lose ground. Joey Van Splunteren as well in the number 273 has also lost a little bit of ground. So it's Leon, Charpentier, Clark, Lahore Lopez, Bouvier, Westover, then Jonathan Brown, followed by Frank Chapard now down in 8th. Then Van Splunteren in 9th and Ido Cohen at the back of this group in 10th place. There's that bright turquoise blue cart at the back of that pack. There's Clark now trying to hold off Lahore Lopez as we start the final lap. Up at the front, we're focusing on this battle because Carlos Leon has broken clear of Axel Charpentier. Oliver Clark in 3rd place defending. There goes Leon through turn number 3. Charpentier will not catch him. Clark has got his hands full with Alejandro Lahore Lopez as they go through turn number 5. Now, there's the two leaders, and now here on your screen is Clark fending off the number 233 cart for 3rd place. Louis Westover just flashed through your screen there in the pink and purple race suit. He is up in the 5th place, and he's trying to hold off Jan Bouvier. Then behind them you can see the Mad Croc, that grey and white Mad Croc cart. That looks like Henry Laws battling with João Ferreira. But the leader, Carlos Leon, controlling this pace beautifully. The first real race we've seen where somebody has dominated all day. Leon looks over his shoulder and goes, "Ha! I'm miles in front. That was easy." Well, maybe not easy, but certainly comfortable. Axel Charpentier takes a well-deserved 2nd place for the EKR team and the EKR chassis. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a good result for Charpentier. And Alejandro Lahore Lopez, he did pass Oliver Clark right at the end on the run to the line. He takes 3rd place. Clark slipping back to 4th. Louis Westover takes 5th position. Jan Bouvier, he finishes 6th, followed by Jonathan Brown, the Irishman, for MLC Motorsport. Then Frank Chapard, the Red Speed, comes home in 8th place. Joey Van Splunteren, he'll be disappointed with 9th. And Ido Cohen rounds out the top 10. From Spain, Carlos Dembilio on the CRG finishes 11th. Henry Laws in cart number 242. He is the second of the KSR drivers home in 12th place. Then it was João Ferreira on the Mad Croc, followed by Patrick Kibble. So Patrick gets a full race distance in. He finishes 14th, followed by Vincent Malzero, Simao Ventura, Marius Solly Paulson, Jack Johns 18th, Max Barnett 19th, and Antoine Perceval in 20th. Sadly, Dean McDonald failed to finish once again. And we see the scene down in the paddock area. Drivers having a few words with each other. Hopefully all pleasant. I'm sure it would be. And in the background you can see poor old Johnny McDonald there strutting around. He's thinking, oh, did I run over a cat or something, or walk under a ladder on the way to the circuit? How am I going to get this car working? Well, he and his driver Dean and everybody else here at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero all have one more heat race to go. One more chance to score points. One more chance to get a decent grid position for the pre-finals. In the case of the seniors, one more chance to book an automatic place in the pre-finals to avoid the second chance race. And after we hear from Carlos Leon or one of the other front-running finishers in that race, we will have a break for lunch here at Valencia. The 9th heat race is due to start at 3 o'clock local time. That's 3 o'clock Central European time. So that's 2 o'clock in the UK, but 3 o'clock Central European time. Once you've heard from the finishers, and the marshals heading off the circuit. We'll wait to hear for the winner, and then we'll be back probably about 20 minutes beforehand. We'll check with Telemundi Media, but it'll be about 20 to 3 when we return, when the service park opens. Don't forget to keep sending us your tweets during the lunch break. We will do our best to keep you in Twitterland updated to see how things are going. And so a couple of disgruntled looking drivers there in the Parc Fermé area, but I do believe that pretty shortly Jenny Wade will have possibly the winner, or if not the winner, somebody who finished well in that race to chat to. The marshals go and earn a well-deserved lunch break, and Jenny Wade has found race winner Carlos Leon. Take it away, Jenny.
Carlos, a great race there for you, and of course at the beginning it was a little bit close with Axel right behind you.
Yeah, it was a very difficult race because Axel was very behind me, but in the middle and in the final of the race, I can make a gap and finish in third place.
Of course, you were a little bit fortunate at the beginning because we lost one of the drivers off the grid, front of the grid, so you had a little bit of a gap, but you look like you were waiting for him.
Yeah, McDonald, I don't know what's happening, but I'm waiting for him in the formation lap, but I see that it was over and I go away.
Of course, that's an advantage for you because he's a very, very good driver. But what we've seen yesterday and today is your teammate also in the mini class, very fast here with the FA card. Is it because you know the circuit a little bit better than everyone else?
Sergio is a little boy. He has to learn a lot, and we try to tomorrow he can win.
Yeah. I'm sure he can, and I think you've done a great job together also helping him. And now the pressure is on you. One more heat to go.
Yeah, the next heat I start in P1, so if I can to repeat this race and try to win.
Try to win and try to take pole position for tomorrow's pre-final.
Yeah, I had 3 points for the first heat, so let's see what can we do in the next heat.
We'll be watching, and yeah, we're really enjoying the racing. I think we've got lots of Spanish fans out there watching you.
Yeah, hello to my family, to my friends, mate, and yeah, hello.
Keep watching. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos, and I'm sure that you do have many friends and family watching back home. When I say back home, you live quite close. So they will be watching from the family home in Barcelona, I am sure, if not here at the circuit. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the morning track activity here at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. The drivers, families, teams, mechanics will now enjoy a bit of downtime. We will have a break here at the circuit for lunch. And to those of you watching at home on Telemundi Media at www.telemundi.com, thank you for joining us. You are also permitted to go and have a break, to grab yourself some breakfast, some lunch or some dinner, depending on where in the world you are watching from. And we will be back, myself and Jenny Wade, and 65 keen and eager kart racers, or X30 warriors as they are known. We'll be back for 4 more heat races, the third and final qualifying heat races for each driver, starting at 3 o'clock Central European Time. Please look out for the live stream to begin at approximately 20 to 3. In the meantime, tweet us on @RGMMC or check out the X30 Euro Series Facebook page with any photos, any posts, any favorite drivers that you are watching and supporting. It's great to hear from you because the championship is nothing without its drivers, their families and friends from back home, wherever you are in the world. Thank you for joining us. Please join us once again in about 1 hour's time. And a big good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero here in a warm and sunny Spain, about 30 kilometers outside Valencia town centre itself, and about 4 hours south, just down the coast on the eastern side of Spain from the capital city of Barcelona, and an hour and a half away from the sun-drenched beaches of Benidorm and Malaga and places like that. But the hottest place in Spain is the 1,428-metre circuit that you are looking at on your screens now. The very technical, but in other parts very quick, Valencian circuit has been the scene of 8 extremely exciting races here today in what is the inaugural X30 Winter Cup. 65 drivers from 13 different nations have been competing in the first 2/3 of the qualifying heat, so every driver has competed in 2 qualifying heats so far. They all have 1 more race to go. So thank you at the circuit for joining us and supporting this event. We hope you've enjoyed your lunch break. And thank you to you, boys, girls, men, women at home, for tuning in to www.telemundimedia.com for live streaming of this event. And this afternoon you have 4 more heat races to go. 1 for the X30 Minis, 1 for the X30 Juniors, and 2 X30 Senior races. Each driver will contest one of those races, and at the end of the next 4 heats, drivers will know, well, they'll know in Mini and Junior where they start for their pre-final, and in Senior, the top 28 point scorers will know where they start for the pre-final. The remaining 14 drivers will know where they start in the second chance race. And tomorrow morning, the second chance race for seniors, 14 drivers battling for just 6 transfer spots into the main finals itself. The remaining 8 drivers, very sadly, will go home early. And the first race of the afternoon session, race number 9, it'll be the third of the Mini X30 heats. 6 drivers. The wins so far have been shared by Max Meyer and Sergio Ruiz, and I will remind you that, of course, up here in the commentary box, I haven't got access to all the finalised results. So any post-race penalties that may have applied for either technical infringements or nose cone related issues, I won't have at my disposal, so apologies in advance for any misspoken words that I say, aka mistakes, but we won't dwell on what is happening behind the scenes. We will concentrate on what is happening on the circuit, and there is the young man, number 921, Sergio Ruiz, who won the second heat race a little bit earlier on. He beat the driver standing just to his left in the green and white Tony Kart race suit with the helmet on, number 919 Max Meyer, and in amongst it, well, it's good to see that young Casper Janssen and his dad have got a smile on their face, because obviously they had a tough time of things in the second heat and ended their race in the gravel trap. Now the Mini X30 drivers begin to make their way onto the dummy grid. There's Casper going through on our screens. Now we'll should have 6 pilots in total. There is the number 918 Carter, Felix Heiberg, going through. Now we are waiting for, I haven't seen Miron Pinkasov just yet. There's Maximus Meyer. Max won the opening heat. Came a very close second in the second race, and you can see he's just, again, for those of you watching karting for the first time, he is putting his neck brace on, and that neck brace and head and neck support device, commonly known as a HANS device, to protect the drivers. Well, it's to prevent basal skull fractures, which is an injury that has claimed far too many drivers in motor racing over the years, and Max just getting that strapped on so that if for any reason he is in an impact, then his back of his skull and his neck is supported. And there, coming through very purposefully, strutting through the holding area, is Miron Pinkasov, the AC Motorsport driver, who's looks like a bit of a young man on a mission. You know, quick time for a quick fist bump with his mechanic, and the grid closes. The service park is now closed. This race due to begin in 12 minutes' time. And the 6 drivers will settle themselves down on the grid. And the drivers, well, these are the youngest drivers here. Number 916, Sondre Norheim. He is just 9 years old. He'll start 5th. On the pole position, the number 921, Sergio Ruiz. He is 10. Max Meyer is 11. And Miron Pinkasov is just 10 years old in kart 923. Kart 922, Kasper Janssen, he's 11 years old. And then Sondre Norheim, age 9. And Felix Heiberg, he is 11 as well. And there's the number 922 of Kasper Janssen, now getting his neck brace on. And he will be one of the last drivers to settle themselves down in his kart. You can see one or two of the drivers not putting their crash helmets on just yet, because I have to say the temperature is extremely warm now. It is in the baking heat, and of course not a cloud in the sky. It is extremely hot indeed. You can see that I think that is Miron Pinkasov. No, it's Miron Pinkasov, not putting his helmet on just yet, just to keep himself a little bit cool. Everybody else wanting to get in, get sat down, and get ready to go. And there is the photographer just getting a close cut there. So that's Racebox Photography, providing all the images from this event for the press, the media, and the various official magazines and websites that publish the news of this event around the world. Behind the drivers in that white and yellow trailer, that is the TV studio where the staff members from Telemundi are editing and putting these pictures out. Once again, you can tweet us at rgmmc.com. No, just at rgmmc, and let us know where you are. See one or two people already up on top of the cafeteria area where there's a wonderful, nice viewing gantry. Give us a wave if you can hear us. Nope, no wave. And so this race will be a 7-lap race. Just to show you around the circuit, past the medical vehicle. There is, say hello, you're on camera, everyone can see you. A couple of photographers and keen and eager spectators. And of course, it's not just the drivers and the teams that are here. Obviously, a lot of families, siblings as well, who are taking the opportunity for a weekend away karting in mid-February in what is a very sunny Spain. And a big shout out to the marshals. You can see them going back to their posts now. Of course, the marshals the most important people in racing, and you always hope that a marshal's day just involves standing in their post, occasionally waving a green flag and nothing else. But if they do have to come into action and assist the medical teams in any way, shape or form, they are there. And we are very, very grateful for them giving up their time to allow everybody to go racing. And there's Sergio Ruiz. You can just see him behind that big red post there, just getting his helmet on. Max Meyer just already in his cart, sitting and waiting, concentrating. A few words with, I have to say, I don't know if that's a mechanic or that's Dad, who's just watching. And I think that Suzanne Meyer was tweeting earlier saying she couldn't wait to watch the racing. So hopefully Max's family are watching, because well, he's obviously got family in the UK, because that's where he was born, and I'm sure he's got family down in Alicante, which is where he lives now. With 7 minutes to go, the marshalling team getting themselves into position. Myself, Henry Baudet, and Jenny Wade, the pit reporter, will be guiding you through this afternoon's event. And then please, if you haven't watched this live, you can catch a roundup of the day with myself and Jenny a little bit later on this evening. And tomorrow, well, we'll hope that the weather stays like this tomorrow. There are rumours that it may not be quite as bright or quite as dry, which would throw a real cat amongst the pigeons, as there's the Scandinavian collective at the rear of the mini grid. That would be, well, Mr. Janssen there, who has got Casper in this race, and then Rasmus in the junior race. And then the two Norwegians, Mr. Felix Heiberg with the white nose cone on his cart, and then Sondre Norheim in cart 916 on the Parolin chassis. The two Parolin chassis, the two Norwegian drivers. And members of the RGMMC team. Also filtering through the shot, that is our grid marshal, Mario, who's been around quite a bit. He's lived in the UK. He's Italian, lived in the UK, lived out in Spain. He's very, very helpful as a translator. He speaks most language, including Cockney, which is always helpful. And another one of the scrutineering team, Tony there, who part of the very large RGMMC team that have been here at Valencia for nearly 2 weeks now. Obviously, there was another event here for RGMMC last weekend. And so the staff and the team from RGMMC have been here for now approaching 2 weeks. In fact, a little bit over 2 weeks for some of them. And it's been a long time. There's an awful lot of infrastructure to set up behind the scenes as we approach the 4-minute warning. And pretty soon you'll see the 3-minute board go out. And when the 3-minute board goes out, that is when the mechanics have to leave the dummy grid. And for those that can't read the English on the board, there is the universal call of the whistle that will summon anyone's attention. And just a glimpse there of the photographers in action. In Racebox Photography, providing images for this event. There goes Sondre Norheim's dad or mechanic across the picture. Now the drivers are left to their own devices. Some of the junior drivers that are set to go out in the next race, having a little glance over to see what's going on. And we wait for the signal to be given, and then suddenly engines will fire and out onto this circuit for a rolling lap. 2 rolling laps, in fact. Plenty of time to get the tyres scrubbed in, get any dirt or various bits of detritus off the tyres before we go racing. And will we see another head-to-head scrap between Ruiz and Meyer? Will we see Kasper Janssen and Miron Pingasov also joining in the fun? Well, they were there in the first race. They were there in the first half of the second race until they collided. And if we do get a 4-kart lead battle, will that help Sondre Norheim, who came home in a strong 3rd place in race number 2? Will we see him able to stay with the lead pack? That is the key. And we are now just over 1 minute away, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute away. And the countdown is almost over. The start line official watching the clock. And of course, this event runs to a strict timetable so that everybody knows where they are and where they're supposed to be at any given time. And it also gives you viewers a chance at home to plan your day, whether you want to watch every single race or just the races that have got your friends or your family members or your loved ones or children in. The timetable is published well in advance so that you know when you'll be watching karts, when you'll just be looking and blank track and unfortunately listening to me. But here we go, 6 drivers head out onto the circuit now, led by number 921 Sergio Ruiz, alongside Sergio on the front row, number 919 Maximus Meyer. Then Miron Pingasov in kart 923, 3rd on the grid, followed by Kasper Janssen from Sweden in 4th, and then the 2 Norwegian drivers, Sondre Norheim in kart 916 and Felix Heiberg in kart 918. They are next in line. So this is the first of 2 rolling laps. They go through turn number 9, around turn 10, onto the back straight. Don't be alarmed by the smoke in the back of your shot there. As for those of you that were watching and listening this morning, this circuit is surrounded by orange groves. And unfortunately, the world-famous Valencian oranges. It has not been a great winter for orange growing. And as you come to the circuit and you pass the orange groves, you'll notice that there are an awful lot of oranges on the floor. Well, once an orange hits the floor, it is generally deemed no good. It is over-ripened and gone rotten. And the smoke is possibly one of the disgruntled farmers burning a large amount of unused and unedible oranges. So here we go. Through turn number 6. Out towards turn 7. Ruiz in kart 921. The blue, yellow and red Alonso kart. Meyer in the green and white Tony kart number 919. Then the red and white AC Motorsport number 923 kart of Miron Pingasov, and the black, red and white number 922, the Falcon kart of Kasper Janssen. Then the 2 Paralins, Sondre Nordheim in cart number 916. And Felix Heiberg in cart number 918. They come down the back straight in 2 rows of 3. Or in 3 rows of 2, rather. Now into the tram lines. Ruiz leads them to the line. Lights are green. We're off and racing. Ruiz gets a good start. Meyer on the outside of row number 1 is able to tuck in right behind the pole man before Miron Pinkasov can make up a place. Pinkasov slots into 3rd. Janssen is 4th. And then that looks like Heiberg in 5th place. Good start there from Felix Heiberg in cart number 918. And Sondre Norheim is the driver at the back of the pack. But as they come through turn number 5, there's the number 916 of Sondre Norheim at the back of the pack. It is Meyer who now leads, but not for long. Here comes Ruiz. And Ruiz takes the lead going into turn number 9. And now can Meyer fight back? Yes, he can. He gets to the inside. Well, this could be a sign of things to come for the next 6.5 laps as Meyer retakes the advantage. Now Pinkasov in 3rd and Janssen in 4th. They have to try and hang on to the top 2. Already you can see the 2 Norwegian drivers led by Felix Heiberg in cart number 918 dropping away. And it's Max Meyer leading into turn number 1. Down now towards turn 2. Through turn 2. Hard on the brakes for turn number 3. They flick left. Staying off the curb at the exit of that left-hander as the circuit doubles back on itself in a kind of flip-flop way. Now into the most technical part of all, turn 4, 5, 6 and 7. They go through turn 7 now, then on the power. Through the kind of dog leg turn number 8, flat out. Once again, down the infield straight, now hard on the brakes for turn number 9. And Pinkasov and Janssen have done enough. They have managed to stay with the 2 leaders, which is crucial. The leaders now come down the back straight. You can see Meyer having to take a slightly defensive line into turn number 13 we go, and Ruiz has been passed, so that's Pinkasov up into 2nd place. Ruiz fending off Kasper Janssen for 3rd and almost thinks about making another move back up the inside of Pinkasov for 2nd as they go through turn number 1. Now turn 2 on lap 3 out of 7. Well, Meyer's lead is just over half a second, but that won't last long. As soon as the drivers 2nd, 3rd and 4th, Pinkasov, Ruiz and Janssen start working together, because the minute they start working together and using the draft of the slipstreams to their advantage, you can see Ruiz now literally pushing Pinkasov along into turn number 9. That will help them close in on race leader number 919, Max Meyer. Down the back straight we go. Over 50 miles an hour. Through turn 12. Still flat out at the edge of the circuit. You can see they look like little black dots, but they're the marbles. Little bits of rubber that get used up and spat out of the tyres, and drivers want to stay off the marbles if at all possible. As we cross the line, you can see Pinkasov closed in on Meyer and takes the lead going through turn number 1. So Miron Pinkasov becomes the 3rd different leader of this race. So now exactly half the field have led, and Ruiz gets pushed back to 3rd place there by Maximus Meyer. Still Kasper Janssen holding a watching brief in 4th. Norheim has passed Heiberg for 5th. But it's these 4 that are away and clear. Can the number 919 card of Maximus Meyer make a move on the race leader? Well, he's already passed Ruiz. Ruiz coming straight back at him though if he can. But he cannot make that move. And it's still Pinkasov who leads. Meyer in 2nd place. Ruiz 3rd. Then it's Janssen, Norheim and Heiberg through the turn 3 complex on lap number 5 out of 7. Now into turn number 6. Opposite my commentary position. They begin to move away from my commentary spot as they build up speed down the infield straight towards turn number 9. Pingasov under pressure from Mayer. The minute that somebody takes the lead, it seems as though their rivals want to pass them straight away. And the concept of working together isn't really coming to fruition right now. Behind them, Casper Janssen makes a move for third place on Sergio Ruiz, but is shown the door. He had it slammed shut in his face, so he couldn't really miss it. Pingasov, Mayer into turn number 3. 5-car length gap. Back to Ruiz and Janssen. Pingasov, race leader, is taking the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 4.25. And that's a little bit surprising, actually, because he's obviously being pushed along by Mayer, and you'd think that Mayer would be going quite quicker, a little bit quicker than the race leader as things stand, but he isn't. Now, is that because Mayer is simply biding his time before striking and making his move? And there goes Mayer to the inside of Pingasov, going through turn 12. Ruiz trying to muscle his way at the inside as well. And we have... Oh, and there goes Mayer over the chicane. And that was Ruiz, I think, missing his braking marker. And very, very sportingly, Sergio Ruiz, he saw that he had just tapped Max Mayer off a little bit. And Mayer had missed the curb. So Ruiz backed out of it, so as not to gain a position. In fact, it's cost him 2 places. It's also cost Mayer, obviously, and it's allowed Casper Janssen to move into top spot. Janssen now leads from Pingasov in second. Then a gap, 0.8 of a second, back to Mayer in third. Ruiz in fourth place. And Pingasov makes his move. So 4 out of the 6 drivers in this race have led. That is 2/3 of the field have led. And Janssen not taking that line down. He's gone straight back in on Miron Pingasov as they're side by side down the back straight with Ruiz and Mayer closing back in. There goes Janssen once again as the checkered flag waves across the line, and it's Janssen who gets it. Casper Janssen, what a perfect way to make up for the fact that he missed finishing the second race, and what a perfect way to recover. So Casper Janssen, 9.22, takes the win in Mini X30 with Miron Pingasov in second place. Miron Pingasov just grabbing second place by 0.2 of a second. Max Mayer was third, Sergio Ruiz fourth. So 3 X30 mini races and 3 different winners. Norheim fifth, and Felix Heiberg, well, look at that. He was 24 seconds behind the leader at the end of lap number 7 in race 1. At the end of that lap, he was less than 10 seconds behind. So he has picked up his pace remarkably over the course of the day, has Felix Heiberg. And so the mini X30 heats are done and dusted. The drivers will go through all the regular scrutineering checks. And then, once the results are declared official, they will know where they start for the pre-final tomorrow. So that is the mini race over and done with. The juniors are up next. Before we hear from the juniors, no doubt pit reporter Jenny Wade will be there to speak, hopefully, to Casper. But if not, one of the other drivers whose English is acceptable, and maybe even get someone in to translate for Casper. Done that before. While we wait for the winners interview, the dummy grid for the junior race is filling up nicely. We'll have 17 drivers in this next race. We've had a win for Ruben Moya Lopez, a win for Isidro Caneas. Can we see a win for somebody else? I have to say that if we're going to pick a new winner, someone like Mary Boyer or Angus Moolsdale, you wouldn't go far wrong there. They have both been at the business end of all the races so far. So has Victor Pardo. But of all the drivers, I think it's safe to say that Ruben Moya Lopez has had the most consistent morning so far. In this race, it will be Ruben Moya Lopez on pole, then Isidro Casillas second, third for Mary Boyer, fourth Victor Pardo, fifth Angus Moolsdale, sixth Hugo Bella, and seventh Alexander Bardas. Of course, we haven't mentioned Alexander that much, but racing under the Italian flag, but he is Polish. And once again, another nice panoramic view of the Valencia kart circuit. For a class with only 6 drivers in it, they have provided some excellent entertainment throughout the day. Grid for race number 10 out of 12. We'll see Moya Lopez and Caneas on row 1, Boya and Victor Pardo on row 2, Angus Moolsdale and Hugo Belder on row 3, but pit reporter Jen Wade has caught up with Casper Janssen.
He's not going to tell us. How are you finding the racing here in Spain, in Valencia this weekend? Has it been close?
Good.
A little bit different to home in Sweden, or about the same level?
Yeah, in Uppsala.
Yeah.
Well,
And did you expect that you're going to win that race? Because it was a little bit mixed up there through the chicane, wasn't it?
yeah, it's svårt. Eller, ja.
Quite close racing. And what do you think about the Spanish drivers? Do you think you can beat them tomorrow in the finals?
Yeah, it's good. And
I have to ask you something. If you were going to be picking one driver here this weekend that you'd like to be as good as him, who would it be? Is there a driver in junior or seniors that you'd like to be able to really get to that level?
yeah, good.
Who is it? Is there one driver this weekend?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, he likes them all. Is there anyone you'd like to say thank you to?
Nothing.
To your dad?
Yes.
What about your team? Maybe. They give you a good setup this weekend?
Yeah.
Okay, he's got a good setup. He's not giving anything away. But you looking forward to the finals tomorrow?
Yeah.
And what about if it rains? You going to be okay in the rain too?
Yeah.
Okay, he's a yes man. Thank you very much. Good job. We're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well done, Casper. That isn't an easy thing to do, especially when you've just come off the circuit after a hard battle like that. And so we look ahead now to race number 10, the X30 Junior third heat. It's been 2 heats. 2 Spanish drivers have found themselves taking the checkered flag in first place. The poleman Ruben Moya Lopez, the Teo Martin Junior team driver in Heat 1, and Isidro Callejas, to apologise, in race number 2 for the Uno Matricula kart team. So who's going to be the first person to try and beat them? Well, they're the front row drivers. Third on the grid is Mari Boyer. Now, he had a pretty nerve-wracking start to race number 2 because his kart wouldn't fire up. He did join the field, but not in his correct grid position, and then had a bit of a tough time after that. But he's there in kart number 18, the Kids to Win kart. Victor Pardo in kart number 20 is hiding behind that big red kind of mini hut that is there. He is on the Marlon kart, Tony kart machine. Angus Morsdale for Fusion Motorsport will start the number 28 kart from fifth on the grid alongside Hugo Belder. That's row 3. Row 4 will be Alexander Walker and Enzo Juli. Row 5, Alexander Bardas and Matthias Zagazeta. Then Ayrton Fonteccia and Josh Ratican on row 5. On row 6, Delano Vanterhoff and Axel Noss. Then it is Rasmus Janssen, Francesco Moreno at the back of the grid. Daniel Traeger in 17th place. Daniel, superb in the first race. Then had a problem in race number 2. And this time, Mari Boyer does not hang around. He gets that bad boy fired up and sends it off the dummy grid like a rocket. Of course, he'll have to fall back into line, his correct grid position, but he doesn't want any repeat of the last race. There goes the back markers. Francisco Moreno and Daniel Traeger going through the screen. Well, Rasmus Janssen in kart number 30, the PDB racing driver. He will have watched his brother Casper win that last race. Well, he would have watched his brother win that last race, and then he will be kind of thinking, well, if he can do well, then so can I. Well, there are 16 other junior X30 warriors that have got other plans. They go through turn number 13 to start their second and final rolling lap. There goes Ruben Moya, that Teo Martin junior team driver, pulls into his starting spot. Isidro Callejas on the outside of row number 1. Then Mari Boyer and Victor Pardo on row number 2. Angus Morsdale and Hugo Belder on row 3. Alex Walker and Enzo Juli on row 4. Alexander Bardas and Matthias Zagazeta on row 5. Ayrton Fonteccia and Josh Ratican, row 6. Then it's Delano Vanterhoff, Axel Noss, Rasmus Janssen, Francisco Moreno, Daniel Traeger. They are your starters into the turn 13 chicane. Well, Moya bringing the speed up a little bit. He wants to slow that down ever so slightly. They come into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. And one driver in about the 4th or 5th row breaks to the inside very early indeed. I think he may have just squeezed through, but he was certainly heading towards the inside at a rate of knots. Now into turn number 3 we go. In the middle of the pack, there's a bit of loading going on. But everyone's through turn 3 cleanly, and it is still the poleman, Ruben Moya Lopez, who leads this race. Mari Boya up into second. There is the outside front row man, number 32, Isidro Callejas, who has fallen back to about 5th or 6th position. Morsdale's up into P3. With the St Andrew's cross on the top of his crash helmet. Walker is up into P4. A very fast start for Alex Walker. There goes Callejas now trying to repass his way back up the order. You can see there that Daniel Traeger in the blue nose cone has already picked up a few places, but Moya comes through the turn 13 chicane. Looks over his shoulder, signals to Boya. I'm not sure how much Mari Boya took notice of that, because Ruben Moya Lopez had a little jink to the inside to defend. Now Ruben will try and back everybody up as much as possible, because if he does that, then Mari Boya can't just concentrate on attacking him. Mari has got to worry about defending as well. They go through turn number 9 rather. Around turn 10, Isidro Callejas, you can see he's making a move there. The back of the pack there is Traeger, and the number 21 cart behind him, that is Axel Noss, the Frenchman. But the leaders come through turn number 13 now. 2 Spaniards, followed by 2 Britons. Then a gap back to Callejas. Pardo changed the lead. Mari Boya takes top spot. Ruben Moya Lopez. It's muscle back to third because Angus Morsdale moves into P number 2. There's the number 28 cart. Fusion Motorsport cart. Sitting now in second place, chasing Mari Boya down. Although he's not in second place for much longer, because Ruben Boya Lopez retakes P2. Morsdale says, not for long. Up I go back to the inside. Alex Walker trying to follow him through, but can't. Now what can Walker do? Can Walker get a run at the inside? But he's under pressure himself from Isidro Callejas. Behind Callejas, there's a bit of a gap back to Hugo Belder. And the number 32 cart. The number 32 is Isidro Callejas, now in 4th. 5th is Walker. 6th is Bell, then Pardo, then Zagazza. Or Zagazeta rather, the Peruvian driver. No change over the front, although Moya in 3rd, really closing in and putting the pressure on Angus Morsdale as they go through turn number 6. Start heading, building up speed through turn 7. Now they're through turn 8. Hard on the brakes for turn 9. Will Moya Lopez make his move? No, everyone stays in single file. Although Lopez, very, very well done there from Ruben Moya Lopez to get that cart on the apex. You can see Morsdale just missed the apex at turn 9 ever so slightly. That's going to make him a bit of a sitting duck when they get onto the long straight. But Moya Lopez can't make the move. And Sandro Callejas joins the party once again at the front of the field. The top 4 have broken clear from Pardo, Walker, Belder rather, and then Vincent Pardo. Victor Pardo has changed for second place. There goes Mari Boya getting deposed by Ruben Moya Lopez. And Boya wastes no time in returning the favour. Good news for Angus Morsdale. So Boya has gone from leading to 3rd and back to 2nd. Very, very short order indeed. So again, a 7-lap race. We're completing lap number 5 now. And Mooresdale leads by half a second. Here comes the number 23 cart of Ruben Moya Lopez. He is on a move back into the top 2 places. And a couple of drivers down towards the back have had an off-track excursion. The number 17 of Delino Van der Hoff and the number 30 of Rasmus Janssen. They're back in 16th and 17th places. But up at the front, Mooresdale holding off new second place man Callejas. Boyer third, Moya fourth, then Hugo Belda. Now, what can Moya Lopez do about Mari Boyer? The answer is he's going to go around the outside. Oh, what a move from the number 23, Ruben Moya Lopez. He goes around the outside of Mari Boyer through turn number 1, is able to not make contact with Boyer, not force Boyer on the grass, but also himself stay off the marbles, off the racing line. Great move there from the driver of cart number 23, and that puts him into 3rd place. But this is the final lap, and I don't think he's got time to catch the leaders up at the front. Mooresdale coming under pressure. There's Victor Pardo and Zagazeta battling away. Pardo in the green and white Tony kart. And up at the front, Callejas has caught Angus Mooresdale. 1 corner to go. Mooresdale goes in deep. Oh, he runs wide. And Isidro Callejas, well, that is local knowledge. And oh, look at Angus Mooresdale. He's slapping the steering wheel. He knows he's made a mistake there. Isidro Callejas just suckered Angus Mooresdale into defending too deep and too late into the 13th and final corner. And Mooresdale lost all his momentum, and Isidro Callejas was able to very, very calmly just sneak out from underneath the race leader coming onto the start-finish line and snatch top spot. So Callejas, that is 2 wins from 3 for Isidro Callejas. Angus Mooresdale has to make do with 2nd place again. Mari Boyer finishes 3rd. Then it is Ruben Moya Lopez. Victor Pardo in 5th. Then Mateus Zagazeta, Enzo Giuli, Hugo Belda, Alex Walker slips back to 9th. Josh Radican takes home another good result in P10 ahead of Ayrton Fontecha, Alexander Bardas, then Axel Noss, Daniel Traeger, Francesco Moreno Garcia, Delano Van der Hoff, and Rasmus Janssen. So everyone finished. But certainly not in the same order that they started in. But another win for Isidro Callejas. So then the drivers in Parc Ferme, getting their nose cones checked to make sure the nose cone hasn't dropped. The drivers having a little look around just to see if there's anyone that they can chat to or remonstrate with or just kind of vent their frustration or their happiness. And Mooresdale not happy that he had been suckered into that mistake in the last corner, but that is where local knowledge is key. And certainly Isidro Callejas, again, just 12 years old is Isidro in kart number 32. And looking around the paddock, well, that is the scene on the dummy grid. 17 drivers sitting and waiting. Now we have just 2 races to go. The 2 senior heats, 10 laps in each race. The next senior race, race number 11, due to start at 3:40 local times. That's in 8 minutes. And we'll bring you a grid. There's a couple of the main contenders. So for those of you that aren't familiar necessarily with some of the drivers, you can see the green and white Tony Kart race suits. They're the Strawberry Racing teammates. You've got Jensen Butterfield there with the nearest to the camera. In the middle of the shot is Mark Kimber, and then just behind Mark Kimber is Dean McDonald. Now, Dean has had a puncture and some sort of ignition problem so far today, so he hasn't finished a race yet, and they're having a chat with Oliver Clark's dad there in the red T-shirt and sunglasses, and of course Oliver races for a different team, but they're still friendly. Then there's the Dan Holland mechanic. That's the Dan Holland mechanic. Who is that going to be for? That will be for possibly Jordan Brown-Nutley, the pole man, although no, Jordan Brown-Nutley's there. That's Edo Cohen's mechanic, chatting away there. The pole man, Jordan Brown-Nutley, has won 2 races so far. He's won both his heats, and he prefers to step away far from the madding crowd. Time on his own has Oliver Clark's dad holding court there. He goes, well, where I'm from in Norfolk, see, we got these things called trackers, and I loves them, I do, and I goes around, and I takes my boy Oliver around in karting, and I do loves it, and the People's Republic of Kings Lynn. And I have to say, though, that if you're racing and you're not near a circuit, and I imagine that, karting can be a sport that takes over your life, and for someone like Dean McDonald in Scotland, then, if he wants to race in the British Championship, it's an extra 300, 400 miles a weekend for Dean and his dad Johnny, and whole family then comes around, and likewise for Oliver. You're far out in the far east of England. Some of the tracks they're like 400, 500 miles away, and in the UK that's a tough place to do. There's a tough place if you're 500 miles away from anywhere in the UK, you're pretty much at the other end of the country, and. I can see, I think, that we're going to have a chat with one of the contenders from the junior race. There's the spectators. You can see that Paul Spencer from Strawberry Racing holding court there at the top of the spectator area, on top of the cafeteria. Give us a wave, Paul. There he is. Other way. Good lad. He's going to watch to see his drivers. Now he's... hopefully he'll watch his 3 drivers have a good run at the front there. They're chatting away on the dummy grid, and I think we're going to have a chat with one of the drivers from that last race very soon, as we wait for the last 2 races of the day here at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero in Valencia. And Jenny Wade is with Angus Moolsdale. Hello, Angus. Hello, Jenny. Take it away.
Now, Angus, tell me about that race. A little bit disappointing at the end, huh?
Yeah, it was good. I was just trying all through the race really hard, and then I was in first, and then unfortunately I unbroke myself out at the last corner. So, yeah, well done to the guy that won, though. Yeah.
He's got a little bit of local knowledge, I think, so we'll give him that one.
Yeah, that definitely helps, yeah.
And have you enjoyed the racing here in Valencia this weekend?
Yeah, it's been good, yeah, I've enjoyed it.
And what about the finals tomorrow? Are you looking forward to that?
I'm looking forward to that, yeah, just hoping I can do as well as I can.
I'm sure you will. It's been great to have you here. Are you happy with the level of the competition? It's good for you at the start of the season?
Yeah, it's good, it's helping me learn a bit, so yeah, I enjoy racing fast people.
Well, you were a little bit faster that time, but you've just got to catch, the Spanish guys, so we'll have to work on a strategy.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you for being with us. It's great, and well done.
Thank you, thanks.
Well done, Angus, and I have to say, great sportsmanship there. Congratulating, he realised that, on that occasion, Isidro Callejas just managed to kind of outthink him into the final corner. That local knowledge proving a little bit too much. Angus can recognise that, but he recognises it. And that's the key, because if you recognise the problem, then you can solve the problem. You can never solve a problem that you cannot see. So Angus will keep that one in the memory bank. And Jenny was saying, now Angus is, and Jenny may not know this, but Angus is from Glasgow. And Jenny says, well, how can you beat those Spanish drivers? Well, there is such thing as a Glasgow kiss. Not quite sure if Angus wants to deploy such a method. It may require the RGMMC to remove his race licence for some time if he does employ the Glasgow kiss on any of his rivals. But maybe go and speak to Mr. Morsdale, who will explain to the uninitiated as to what a Glasgow kiss is. I'll give you a hint. It doesn't involve your mouth. Maybe another part of your head, like the top of it. But enough of that. The sun is still shining. 2 races to go. 10 laps for the 2 senior grids. And it is Jordan Brown-Nutley in kart 244 and Dean McDonald in kart 249. Now, Dean McDonald needs a good result. So he'll be starting alongside Jordan Brown-Nutley. Jordan Brown-Nutley's got 2 wins in the bag. He doesn't have to win this race. He wants to, obviously, but he doesn't have to. Dean McDonald desperately needs this to be a good result. If he's got any chance of even getting himself a decent starting place in the second chance race, and Dean will know that, so Jordan will know that as well. So Dean knows, if I stick my nose at the inside of Jordan Brown-Nutley, Jordan doesn't want to undo all the good work he's done, so there's a chance that he may just give a little bit. We shall see. Jensen Butterfield in kart 255 will start 3rd. Then Joey Van Splunteren in kart number 273, the Dutchman, for Sichting Signmind Racing. On the Gillard chassis, he starts on the outside of row number 2. Driver 202, Brett Ward. He starts 5th. And then Jan Bouvier in kart number 230, the only driver here this weekend on a Techno kart. He starts 6th. On row number 4, you have number 248, Mark Kimber. Kimber, the defending, reigning junior Rotax world champion. And then Edo Cohen, the only driver here from Israel in kart 235. Manuel Galofre. Well, Manuel, an excellent performance in the second heat. And then Jensen Butterfield had that collision. Well, it wasn't a collision, it was a case of Butterfield losing it and just Galofre being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Galofre in kart 228, he starts in 9th place. Then it's Oliver Clark for the M Sport team. Kart 251 rounding out the top 10. Valentin Aguillon from France in kart 253 starts 11th. And Antoine Perceval, he's also French. He starts on the outside of row number 6. Belen Garcia, the only young lady we have racing with us this weekend, she starts 13th ahead of João Ferreira. And then the only Welshman racing this weekend, Tom Croydon in kart 227. And Simão Ventura from Portugal on the outside of row number 8. Mathieu Luton and Vincent Marcelo are on row number 9. Row 10, Sam White, who I may have unfortunately called Shane White earlier, so Samuel White. And then Marius Solly Paulson round out the top 20 with Jack Deakin on the Mad Croc for Croc Promotions. The back. Now, there's a problem for somebody. One driver, one of the MLC Motorsport drivers, was slow off the dummy grid, and they're waiting down at turn number 10. And that's Brett Ward. So Brett Ward, I know his nan's listening. Maureen, it's okay. Brett is out there, and he's just waiting for everybody to catch up. And now they do, and Brett will slot into his place on the inside of the 3rd row. That's Brown-Nutley, Jordan Brown-Nutley, Dean McDonald, come into turn number 13. Butterfield, Van Splunteren, then Ward and Bouvier. Into the tram lines. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Oh, McDonald doesn't get away again cleanly. Van Splunteren gets away like a scalded cat. He may have been out of karting for 7 seasons, but it hasn't affected his reaction times, and he threads his way between the 2 front row drivers to take the lead in kart number 273. Joey Van Splunteren, the Dutchman, the oldest driver here, 25 years old. And he takes the lead, but he's under pressure already from Jordan Brown-Nutley. So the Gillard, the venerable Gillard chassis brand, there's only 2 of them here in this class. Tim Gillard's British-built creation, still showing that it has what it takes. They go down the back straight. Van Splunteren already beginning to defend. Brown-Nutley looking for a way past as they come into turn number 13. Number 2 on the line cart, McDonald is there in third. Well, that's a first clean racing lap Dean McDonald has had. And Jordan Brown-Nutley getting his elbows out. He passes Joey Van Splunteren for the lead there, and Van Splunteren has to run a bit wide, and that allows Dean McDonald through. So McDonald having to pick his moment cleanly. They go through turn number 4, now into turn 5. Brown-Nutley leads McDonald, Van Splunteren. Then it is Jan Bouvier in 4th place. Butterfield runs down in 5th in the first of the... And there is the move from McDonald for the lead on Jordan Brown-Nutley going into turn number 9. So Dean McDonald in kart 249. Driver from Dumfries in Scotland. He has top spot, and he's going to want to hang on to it, and he's not going to want to let Jordan Brown-Nutley get back in front of him now that he's done the hard work, but he hasn't got a choice because Brown-Nutley's gone through. Under braking for turn number 13, Brown-Nutley takes the lead. Van Splunteren grabs second. McDonald was thinking about it, but then Van Splunteren defended. Behind him, Jan Bouvier runs a bit wide, so Jan Bouvier in kart number 230. He drops a place back behind number 255 Jensen Butterfield. So McDonald's teammate Butterfield is there as McDonald looks for a way around Van Splunteren through the tight turn 5 section. There is Jan Bouvier scrabbling back in line behind Ido Cohen in kart number 235. Now McDonald fights back. Oh, does he though? Oh, he had a little look at the inside of Van Splunteren, but Van Splunteren was having none of it. And this is allowing Jordan Brown-Nutley to pull away. So far, Brown-Nutley is undefeated this weekend. They go into turn number 12. Flat out, now 13. There's the battle of a second. Van Splunteren in 273 leads McDonald. McDonald now gets to the inside, going into turn number 1. This time McDonald does make the move. Butterfield tries to go through as well. Well, when Joey Van Splunteren was winning European titles back in 2010, Jensen Butterfield was not even a cadet. And now Butterfield is showing just how sharp his elbows can be. And look at who's coming up behind them. It's number 251, Oliver Clark. Again, a fast-starting Oliver Clark. From 10th on the grid, Clark on lap number 4 into 4th position. And Clark was quick in qualifying yesterday. He just got stuck in the wrong group because the second qualifying group yesterday were a lot slower than the first. Now Mark Kimber, he is behind Van Splunteren now. So Clark 4th, Van Splunteren 5th. Then it is Kimber in 6th position. And behind the number 248 kart of Mark Kimber is Ido Cohen in kart 235 as Clark trying to hold off Van Splunteren, then Kimber, then Cohen. Behind Cohen, a little bit of a gap back to Jan Bouvier, who's had a tough couple of laps. Then it's Brett Ward. Race leader Jordan Brown-Nutley is being caught by Dean McDonald. Last time around, the gap came down to 7/10 of a second as McDonald tried to catch Brown-Nutley through sector number 1, and McDonald is another 10th quicker. Butterfield in 3rd. Van Splunteren in that scrap as well. Van Splinteren, though, has dropped back to 6th place now because Mark Kimber has moved into 5th position. Van Splinteren back to 6th, and it's Cohen 7th, Ward 8th. Vincent Aguillon is 9th. Jan Bouvier has slipped to 10th. Then the number 220 cart of Belen Garcia. In fact, Garcia drops back to 11th place, and another fastest lap from Dean McDonald, and like that, 7/10 of a second, down to nothing. On lap number 6 out of 10, Dean McDonald catches Jordan Brown-Nutley. At the moment, Brown-Nutley looking good for pole position in the final, in the pre-final rather. McDonald just wanted to try and get ahead to improve his position in what will almost certainly be the second chance heat. Out of turn number 11, onto the back straight. Dean McDonald in Brown-Nutley's slipstream. Will he make a move under braking for turn number 13? Yes, is the answer. He was looking like he had the pace. Now, can he hold off Brown-Nutley going through turn number 1? Well, he does so far. The gap between first and last is less than 10 seconds. And Antoine Perceval in cart number 216 has retired. So he becomes the first driver out of the race. We're down to 20 runners. Down towards turn number 9. Go the leaders through turn 10. Now, hard on the power. Out of turn number 11. McDonald, Brown-Nutley, then a gap back to Jensen Butterfield. The third Strawberry Racing cart rather in the top 4 is Mark Kimber in 4th place. Then it's Oliver Clark in 5th. But all eyes on the lead battle. We flash across in front of my commentary position into turn number 1. Brown-Nutley looking very comfortable. He looks like he could make a move on McDonald if he wanted to. And not into turn 3 this time. We're on lap number 8. There's Oliver Clark chasing Mark Kimber. And he's got Joey Van Splinteren behind him. But McDonald is just about doing enough to hold off Jordan Brown-Nutley as things stand. The leaders go through turn number 9 into turn number 10. This is lap 8 out of 10. Joey Van Splinteren trying to hang on to Oliver Clark. There's a gap then developing back to Ido Cohen. Following the rest of the pack through turn number 9 there. Still McDonald leads. It's McDonald, Brown-Nutley, Butterfield, Kimber. Then Clark 5th, Van Splinteren 6th, Cohen 7th, Ward 8th, Bouvier 9th, Garcia 10th. Then Manuel Galofre, only 11th this time. Fellow Alonso kart driver Valentin Aguillon is 12th, followed by number 226 Simao Ventura, then Vincent Marcero, followed by João Ferreira, Tom Croydon, Sam White, Jack Deakin, Marius Paulson and Matthew Luton. There's Brett Ward holding off Ido Cohen. In fact, Ward's probably made the move in that MLC Motorsport number 202, and he's got past Cohen. The leaders go down the back straight on lap number 9 out of 10. And still McDonald is clear enough from Brown-Nutley so he doesn't have to defend, although Brown-Nutley is good on the brakes coming into turn number 13. Now, last lap begins, and McDonald has to defend into turn number 1. So Brown-Nutley will try and get a better run out of the corner through turn 2, and that may help him dive up the inside into turn number 3. Can he make the move? No, he can't. The next opportunity is going to be into turn number 5, but not if McDonald covers the inside line, which he's doing. Through turn 4, now into turn number 5. McDonald is okay now through turns 6, 7, 8 now. He's going to come under pressure coming to the next corner though. He defends the inside line. Brown-Nutley will try the crossover move coming out of turn number 10. McDonald will have to hug the inside. Watch out for Butterfield, Kimber, Clark and Van Splinteren closing in. Well, Butterfield and Kimber are there, but McDonald still has the lead. 1 corner to go. Brown-Nutley will try the crisscross out of the final chicane. Can he do it? I think he might be able to. It's a drag race to the line. but McDonald holds on by 9 thousandths of a second. Brown Nutley almost timed that to absolute perfection. You could see him setting him up for that move. And it's made all the harder because of the nose cone, the drop nose cones. He couldn't so much as brush the rear bumper of McDonald's kart, but McDonald managed to hold on. If the start-finish line had been another 30 centimetres down the track, the race result would have been different. But as things stand, Dean McDonald has taken the win by 9 thousandths of a second over Jordan Brown Nutley. Jensen Butterfield and Mark Kimber come home third and fourth, and Oliver Clark rounds out an all-British top 5 for M Sport in 5th place. Then it's Joey Van Splunteren in 6th. Brett Ward finishes in 7th, followed by Ido Cohen in 8th. Then it's Jan Bouvier, and the top finishing Spanish driver in that race was the young lady from Spain, Belen Garcia, in kart 220, the 17-year-old from Barcelona who does athletics in her spare time, and she specialises in the pole vault. So it's probably the most dangerous form of athletics you can do, track and field. So obviously that makes sense for a young kart racer to try that one. Manuel Galofre was 11th, followed by Simão Ventura, Vincent Marcero in 13th, then João Ferreira and Sam White, the top 15. Tom Croydon, Jack Deakin, Valentin Aguillon, Marius Solly Paulsen and Mathieu Luton round out the 20 finishers. And, it's taken a while, but I think we may see a brief smile on Dean McDonald's face at the end of that one. But he does know that Jordan Brown Nutley pushed him very hard. And if Dean McDonald can get through the second chance race, and, barring mechanical issues, there's no reason why he shouldn't, he will not only have to come from the back of the grid in the pre-final, but he'll also have one extra race on his tyres, which will make his job even harder. Well, Jordan Brown Nutley handed his first defeat of the weekend. But at the moment, and again, thanks to the developments at Apex Timing, Brown Nutley, barring any form of penalty, is almost certain of pole position in the pre-final, because he has only got 2 heat points. Carlos Leon, who starts this next race, the 12th and final heat race of the day. Carlos Leon, a heat 2 winner. He has got 3 heat points. So Charpentier 7, Josh Galton 9, and Carlos Saval 10th. And we will get a chance to speak to Dean McDonald shortly. But ladies and gentlemen, one race to go. The 12th race of the day, and Dean just giving his Strawberry Racing teammate a bit of a thumbs up. That's Nicholas Scholl. Now, Nicholas, he hurt his rib. I thought it was his wrist, but it was actually his rib that was giving him some sort of issue. So Nicholas will have his rib tech on and done up very tightly indeed for this one. Because, of course, we have Carlos Leon on pole and Arnaud Malizia. So Malizia was one of 3 drivers, including Oscar Palomo and Nicholas Scholl, who collided on the rolling lap for their second heat. None of them even took the start. So although Malizia won the opening race of the weekend for seniors earlier on this morning, he does not feature near the top 8 at the moment on the provisional grid for the pre-final. Axel Charpentier and Milan Petale, he does, but first of all, Jenny is having a chat with Dean McDonald.
Now, Dean, nice to see you actually finish a race today.
Yeah, it was good. From the heats, it was a bit disappointing, but it's always good to end the day on a high.
Now, of course, you had a little bit of bad luck earlier today, but we knew you had the speed. So, what are you thinking about going into tomorrow's finals?
It makes it a little bit more fun going off the back, but I prefer going off the front. Yeah, but the pace has been good all weekend, and I'm just looking forward to tomorrow.
Okay, now you think the competition's going to be a little bit stiff tomorrow. You've got to come through the field. You've got some local guys who really know the track. Then again, you've got the guys at the front, you know, Jordan, and a handful, I guess, that you know very, very well. So what are your chances?
I'm hoping they're really high, to be honest, but yeah, there's a lot of good drivers, fast drivers, so I just have to pick them off one by one, as many as I can, and see where that takes me.
Well, we're going to be definitely watching the seniors, I think, because it's been really great racing. And you said to me your heart's going, but I think that's just because you actually saw that checkered flag. 9 1,000ths of a second.
It's always better when it's close.
It is better. Good for the fans at home as well, and I know everyone's probably watching you, aren't they, at home?
Yeah, well, hopefully.
Okay, thank you, congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I can say almost certainly that Dean has got a big following back home in Scotland. His family spend an awful lot of weekends, mum, dad, sisters, all following Dean's exploits. Well, Dean is smiling because he doesn't have to sack the mechanic after that one. Well, the problem is, though, when your dad is your mechanic, I can imagine Johnny Duck turning around to Dean and say, if you want to sack me, that's fine, but you find your way back to Scotland on your own, because there's no room in the van. But luckily that didn't happen, and they have scored a win. And like I said, Dean will be hoping for rain tomorrow, because the punishment that his slick tyres will take will be extreme. Now, here we are looking down at the driver who should be starting on the outside of the front row of the grid. And that is number 237, Arno Malizia. I think he will, but Lewis Kent, well, a bit of air time. I think I know what David Cleal, his granddad, and the MLC Motorsport have thought. They thought, right, we're not having a great weekend, so we've sussed out where the camera sits. So we're going to plonk our number 222 MLC Motorsport kart right in the centre of the shot and give ourselves some airtime. But it is interesting, and I'm sure there was a problem, because I did see somebody leaving the dummy grid very late on. Lewis is obviously a family of racers. Well, I say a family of racers. His dad, Warren, tried to race. He's done a lot of crashing in his time. Fair bit of racing, but Lewis's younger brother, Bradley, is actually one of the UK's top pony racers. Now, you say, what's pony racing? Well, it's horse racing, but younger jockeys on smaller horses. And but Bradley Kent is one of the best in the country in the UK at that. So it's a very sporting family. And Lewis, this is his first time in a kart in a couple of seasons. But he will start down at the 10th row of the grid. But it's Carlos Leon who will start from pole position, kart number 223. Alongside him, Arnaud Malizia from France on the Sodi kart number 237. The very brightly liveried kart. He won the first heat, got taken out before we even got to the start of the second race. Then it is the EKR of Axel Charpentier and the Praga of Milan Petelet on row 2. Jonathan Brown from Ireland and Quique Bordas from Spain on row number 3. Row 4 will be Frank Chapard and Josh Skelton. Row 5, Alejandro Lajo Lopez and Carlos Saval. Row 6, Louis Westover and Nicholas Scholl. Hopefully Nicholas's ribs are okay and up to the task. He's obviously been cleared to race by the medical staff here at Valencia, but of course, with something like a rib, it can feel fine 1 minute, but all you got to do is clip a curb and you'll soon know if it's not fine. Carlos Dembillo and Oscar Palomo. Oscar, another of the drivers that got caught up in the start of the Heat 2 mess. They start on row number 7. Max Barnett and Alejandro Martinez on row 8. Patrick Kibble and Niels Coolen on row 9. Jack Johns and Lewis Kent row 10. Henry Laws on row number 11. We are waiting for the drivers to get into position. They come through turn number 12. Carlos Leon, the only driver so far this weekend who has had a pretty easy run of things in any of his races. He won the second heat, not at a canter, but certainly didn't have to put up with the type of stress that everyone else has had to do whilst trying to win a race so far this weekend. But the lights are out, we're off and racing, and it's a good start from Leon. And Arno Malizia getting swamped there. He's back to second, third, fourth, back into fifth position almost. Up into P2 has come Axel Charpentier, and then it's Jonathan Brown making a good start for the MLC team. Oh, and at the back of the pack, off camera, there's three carts that have collided going into turn number 4. One of them is the number 225 cart. That's 224 and 225. That is Carlos Dembilio, the MDC Motorsport driver, and Nicholas Scholl. And oh, poor old Nicholas Scholl. It went so well for him in the first heat, and it's gone terribly wrong ever since. Then Dembilio is out of the race. He's trying to get back in that CRG cart. Obviously, he feels as though the cart is okay. Hopefully, Nicholas Scholl's ribs are still okay. Up at the front, though, it is Carlos Leon who leads coming through turn number 13. The end of lap number 1. Axel Charpentier second. Jonathan Brown. Good start for the MLC Motorsport driver from Ireland. He runs in P3. Then it is Frank Chapard in cart 234. They go past the scene of the earlier incident, and the cart of Carlos Dembilio has been cleared. Milan Petele runs in 6th position. The outside front row starter, race 1 winner Arno Malizia down in 5th. There's the battle a little bit further back between cart number 246, Oscar Palomo, and behind Oscar Palomo is the number 232 cart. That is the Matricula K-Team cart of Alejandro Martinez. The leaders are now onto the back straight. Head down. Pushing on in second position. That is Axel Charpentier. And look at the lead that Carlos Leon has got. Well, Carlos Leon can't take provisional pole for the pre-final because he's already got 3 points, and Jordan Brown-Nutley finished his 3 heats with just 2 points. But a second win to mirror the amount of wins that Brown-Nutley has taken would set Carlos Leon up very well indeed. And at the moment he shows no sign of dropping back as Jonathan Brown passes Axel Charpentier. So Brown ahead of Charpentier in cart number 247, then Chapard on the red speed cart 4th, and Malizia, the back of that 4-cart train, in 5th position. And there goes Frank Chapard. So Frank in cart number 234, the only driver on a red speed chassis here. He takes over 3rd place. But Carlos Leon, well, the gap was 1.5 seconds. That was 9/10 of a second at the end of lap number 3. We complete lap number 4. We go on to lap number 4 rather, and it's 1.5 seconds. Jonathan Brown is fighting a rear guard action going into turn number 3. There's a move for 4th place. For 3rd place rather, Axel Charpentier moves into P3 at the expense of Frank Chapard. But already, before we've even reached half distance, it looks as though Carlos Leon has scarpered and won't be caught. Looking a bit further back, Nicholas Scholl has retired. So has Carlos Dembilio. So Scholl, hopefully that is a mechanical issue, not a rib-related issue. We'd like to say that at least Nicholas can heal up overnight, but anyone who's cracked a rib will tell you there is no such thing as a quick heal. So will we see Nicholas tomorrow? Well, hopefully, but he's had 2 poor results now and is destined to join his teammate Dean McDonald in the second chance race. Here's Jonathan Brown still holding off Axel Charpentier in second. Behind them, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 carts all in a line, led by Arno Malizia. And he's being chased down by Frank Chapard, Alejandro Lajos Lopez, Quique Bordas, Milan Petele, and the rest. But Carlos Leon is unconcerned with all of that. He is just motoring serenely on. He's now 2 seconds up the road. And that, in karting, is like a lifetime. We're on lap number 5 now, so at the end of this lap, we'll have reached halfway. We'll be starting the second half of this race. Brown is under pressure from Charpentier. There is Carlos Leon going through the chicane. Oh, and across the curb goes Charpentier, and he was clattering over the curb, and I would say that's knocked the chain off that EKR kart, and it has. Charpentier was bouncing over the curb, and as he came out, suddenly the kart died. Now, I'm not saying 100% of the chain, but it certainly looked like it could have been. He really did hit the curb a lot, and then that must have bounced something off the kart, because it literally stopped there and then, and he just coasted to a halt. So Axel Charpentier, well, he was looking at a potential top 4 grid position. Now, that won't happen. He'll keep dropping down the order. He trots across the circuit, and of course that has now left Jonathan Brown all on his own in second place. It's left Carlos Leon with a 2.5 second lead. There comes Brown in kart number 215. He's now being chased down by Malizia and then Frank Chapard. Behind Frank Chapard, you've got a small gap before you get to Milan Petelet with the black nose cone and a bright yellow coloured crash helmet. Petelet has got Quique Bordas, Alejandro Lajo Lopez and Oscar Paloma right behind him. So the Spanish drivers recovering well in this race, but they're not having it all their own way, although maybe they are now. There goes Malizia. Well, he's not Spanish, he's French. But there's a queue of Spaniards right behind Chapard and Petelet. So we've got 3 Frenchmen now in the top 5. But it's a Spaniard leading. And behind the top 5, we've got another 3 Spaniards all looking to try and close in. Warning flag goes out to number 239, Carlos Saval. Out of my view, he has done something that he shouldn't have. And he's there in 9th place, so he is. Oh, and problem there. There's over the grass goes Jonathan Brown. Now, a problem is that for Jonathan Brown? Well, looks like it may be. As we start lap number 8, Malizia comes through clearly in second place. We'll see if Jonathan Brown comes back up to speed. There's Malizia in second. Third is now Petelet. Then it's Quique Bordas. Then Lajo Lopez. So Frank Chapard has dropped back. And 2 laps ago, Charpentier and Brown were both battling for second place. And now neither of them are in the top 10. One of them's out of the race. Jonathan Brown, is he going to recover? I think he may just about recover. He's got Patrick Kibble not far behind him, but he's actually in 10th place. It's Henry Laws that is now behind Jonathan Brown. And we're on lap number 8. So Carlos Leon's lead, nearly 4 seconds as we complete lap number 8. There he goes across the start-finish line. Good battle back in the pack. Through the turn 13 chicane, that's Josh Skelton, Carlos Saval, Oscar Palomo and Frank Chapard all squabbling over 6th position. No one can hold a candle to the race leader, who is already coming into turn number 5 now, and nobody else has even got the apex of turn number 4. So it's Malizia, followed by Petelet, then Quique Bordas and Alejandro Lajo Lopez. Behind Alejandro Lopez, a big gap back to Carlos Saval. Then Oscar Palomo, Josh Skelton, Frank Chapard, Henry Laws rounds out the top 10. Through the turn 13 chicane goes our leader. Milan Petelet grabs P2 from Arnaud Malizia. So Petelet into P2, Malizia down to 3rd. And Malizia's still got Quique Bordas with that red race suit. And then Alejandro Lajo Lopez in kart number 233 behind him. But Carlos Leon continues to motor serenely on. This is the final lap. And Leon can stroll home. It's going to be a second win. He will, subject of course to scrutineering, he will be sharing the front row of the pre-final grid with Jordan Brown Nutley tomorrow. Who is going to finish second though is anyone's guess. Petelet has it, and they're all filing now down the back straight. Leon, unaware of what's going on behind him. Petelet and Malizia second and third, but Carlos Leon 2 wins out of 3, and another Saturday afternoon drive in the park for Carlos Leon. Milan Petele finishes 4 seconds behind him in second place. Then it's Arnaud Malizia, Kike Bordas, Alejandro Lajo Lopez, Carlos Saval in 6th. Then Louis Westover 7th. Mentioned Louis or race. Frank Chapard in 8th. Josh Galton 9th. Henry Laws is 10th. Followed by number 232. Alejandro Martinez. Poor old Jonathan Brown comes home in 12th place. Jack Johns, a good run for Jack Johns in 13th. Then it's Oscar Palomo 14th. Patrick Kibble 15th. Then Max Barnett, Niels Coolan, Lewis Kent. Lewis in 18th place was the last driver still running because Axel Charpentier, Nicolas Scholl and Carlos Dembilio all failed to finish. Back into the pit, so Carlos Leon, that is his second comprehensive win of the day. Interesting that Brown Nutley and Carlos Leon both on the Alonso chassis. It's obviously working very well, despite which team they're in. It's different teams, still working very well in the dry. Back to Parc Fermé. They go for the final time today. And the recovery procedure for several stranded carts commences. You've got Axel Charpentier's and Carlos Dembilio's being wheeled back to the pits. There's nothing worse than seeing your cart on the back of a recovery vehicle on the way back from a heat race, because the mechanics will have to wait into Parc Fermé, and even if you didn't finish, you still have to be prepared to do any of the technical checks that the scrutineers might ask you to do. So the marshals, they make their way off the circuit. The carts that didn't make it the checkered flag of that one are wheeled back. Got one more machine to bring back, and that is, well, not quite sure who that is. Oh, it's Milan Petele. So Milan Petele, who finished in second place, his cart is on the back of a lorry. That was after the checkered flag, obviously. The final post-mortem of the day down in Parc Fermé. And we wait for Jenny Wade. So before we get to Jenny Wade, just to remind you, watching at home, there is the forlorn sight of a defunct cart. But it did its job. It got Milan Petele to the finish. And that is what he wanted. Just to remind you all that tomorrow, the second chance race starts at 9:50. So it'll be about 9:30 Central European time that we start broadcasting tomorrow. That is 8:30 in the morning in the UK, if you're that way inclined, kids. We'll see who Jenny comes up with to speak to, and there's Josh Skelton just pushing his cart across the front of the screen there, number 236. And the scrutineers can perform their final set of checks. The RGMMC team are bringing their timing equipment off the circuit. And so ends the second day of on-track activity, on-track competition here at Valencia. Warm-up tomorrow morning starts at 9 o'clock. It'll be 9:30 when we start broadcasting there or thereabouts. Please stay tuned. The scene in the paddock as the sun begins to slowly ease itself down in the sky. It's a beautiful day now, but when the sun does go in, it becomes very cold very quickly, which is something that everyone has to be aware of. And that is it for the day, ladies and gentlemen. We've got one interview to go. Watch out for Jenny Wade and my view of the on-track activity today. It's going to be tough to pick out a winner in seniors because you've got two drivers, Carlos Leon and Jordan Brown-Utley, who have been virtually unbeatable all day. They haven't faced off against each other yet in a heat race, which could be very interesting. They've been in different groups. Well, actually, maybe in the first race they did, when Ward didn't win, but that was Jordan Brown-Utley's first win. Maybe Carlos Leon came third in that race, who knows? But he's come first in this one. And you can see that Axel Charpentier has to stand by his kart, even though he didn't finish that race. He's still got to go through all the scrutineering checks. While we wait, a big thank you to everybody who has tweeted us in today. We appreciate your support. We certainly do appreciate everything that you have done. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you here at the circuit, and for those of you watching on www.telemundi media, www.telemundi.com, thank you very much for joining us here today, the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. We have now concluded the heats. 12 heat races. Every driver has finished their 3-point scoring heats, and they are now going to go and wait by race control to see, when the results are made official, where they have finished in terms of the point standings and where they will start tomorrow's pre-finals. For the senior drivers, some of whom you're looking at there, it'll be a nervous wait to see if they have made the top 28. If they're not in the top 28, then they are in the second chance race. There is the scene as the sun begins to lower itself in the sky. We hope to see the sun again tomorrow. We hope to see you all again tomorrow. Well, we're obviously going to see the drivers and their families and their teams. But we hope to see you, the viewers. Thank you for tweeting in today at RGMMC. We will post a summary of the day between myself and Jenny Wade later on, which you can watch in the morning or even later on the live feed at some point this evening. Just check out the Facebook page, the X30 Euro Series Facebook page, and we will see you tomorrow morning. Warm-up begins here at the circuit, 9 o'clock local time. The second chance heat starts 9:50 local time. That is 8:50 UK time. And the live feed will be starting at about 9:30 Central European time tomorrow morning. We will see you for finals day at the 2017 X30 Euro Series Winter Cup tomorrow morning. Have a good evening, drive home safely from the circuit, and have a good day wherever you are watching in the world. Goodbye.